Okay. Top of the morning, traders, and happy Monday, March 16th. And welcome to the most value packed live trader show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great weekend is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled week. We do have a jam-packed week this week. We have FOMC rate decision, press conference on Wednesday. We have triple witching on Friday. All the option contracts are expiring. So a lot of volatility. And of course, we have the conflict/war, whatever you want to call it, that cloud hovering above the market at the current moment. So coming to this week, guys, what happened last week stays in last week. What happened on Friday stays on Friday. Look for the best opportunities. Size down today, ramp down today to get the feel in relation to prior day's range, in relation to that massive engulfing candle on the daily's range on SPY. We are range bound. So keep a close eye on that. Again, look for your setups. Be patient. Exercise maximum patience. And look for quality over quantity. And let's get the trading started. Good morning, guys. Thank you for joining. Refill my coffee and SAT VIP. Ryan M. Shout out to you. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, 2001. Good morning, Structure. Let us know where you're joining from, guys. If you're jumping in, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. 100 likes before 10:30. We will do the giveaway, so be on the lookout for that. All right, let the market open up, let the dust settle, and we'll look to take advantage of the best opportunities. All right, there's a great time to review. There's a great time to revisualize your setups. If your setups do come to fruition, what are you going to do if your setups don't come to fruition? Are you going to look to force trades? Very, very important for you to make that decision before the bell opens, okay, before opening bell. All right, so when we do open up, guys, that's going to be that daily open along with that weekly open, and we're set to open right at that 668.37, 668.38 territory, and that's a pretty significant gap up when we do open up, okay? Nice little gap up to open things up. All right, we're officially open. Good morning, guys. The official open is 668.41. 668.41 is the official open. 668.41 is the official open. Official open on the Qs, 600.04. So the Qs opened up above that 600 psychological low for the week. The Dow, 470.13. IWM, 249.76. All right. So right off the bat, we're seeing the Q sell off slightly. We're seeing SPY sell off slightly. Let that 1 minute candle close. Let me take off this. Take off this VWAP real quick so I can mark out that level. Good morning, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, let us know what you're looking to trade. Are there any particular names you're looking to trade? Tickers, levels, all right? Feel free to share those things. So massive gap up here to open things up. We have a nice little gap up. That TOG is 687.69. 687.69 is that TOG. Let's mark out that G50 so we know where that gap is. Okay. And we're officially ready to roll. Okay, there we go. G50 in that area there. Okay, gap up there. Nice gap up. We're seeing all the indexes pushing to the upside. VIX fell below that 25. See what kind of separation we can create away. From that 50 EMA. Right, separation away from 50 EMA is the way to go. Explosions and fires were reported today in Dubai International Airport in the oil industry area of United Emirates. Okay, thanks for the update. And the thing is now, guys, in this era with AI, there's so much fake news, so much AI generated headlines. So it's you don't even know what to believe at this point, right? So only thing we can go with, guys, is what the market feels, right? The one thing the market's going to manipulate. The market is going to manipulate us, but it's not going to lie to us, right? So it's going to manipulate, try to trap us, play with our psychology. But the one thing is, it's not going to. It's going to take everything into consideration, and it's not going to lie. All right, that's the sentiment of that's basically the global sentiment at this point. All right, so again, keep a close eye on those headlines as they come in, but I do ask that you do try to verify because there's so much things going around, especially if you're on these social media platforms, right, to break the news or to get clicks or to get views. People are manufacturing headlines. So it's very important that you do your due diligence. And as a trader, right, stay focused on the charts, right? Let the major news come to you. Don't go looking for the news. Okay, let's see if we can hold above that weekly open. Everything's above that weekly open, daily open so far. PMH is in sight at that 669.04, 669.04 on PMH. A 5-minute orb on me, about a minute and some change away. Thank you for upgrading for SAT VIP. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let us know what the sentiment is. So far, poll question for today: bullish or bearish from 9:30 to 11:30. 77% of the chat is bullish, right? 77% of the chat is bullish. About 40 people have voted. 35 people have voted, right? That's the sentiment so far. As long as the VIX stays below 25, okay, this has a continued room to the upside. If we can get that break, decisive break above PMH across the board. The Qs are above PMH currently. 679 is PMH on the Qs. The Dow is above PMH. See if you can hold above it. The IWM is trying to hold PMH. IWM is the closest to that daily upside breaker. So the first level ahead of us is that PMH. Is that PMH. POC 668.43. Good morning, Cowboy. Good morning. Good morning. As you're coming in, guys, make sure to like the video. Smash the like button. Premiums are horrible. Let's take a look at the premiums. All right. So IV is about 28%. The new norm, guys, is 25 to 35%, right? 25 to 35%. ATR, $1.14. So this is the new environment. This is a new environment we have to adapt to. If you do wait a little bit, though, the IV tends to tick lower when the VIX pushes lower. Of course, the IV is generated from the VIX. Okay, so the first ones on the clock at the current moment are the people who trade the 5-minute orb. All right, so the 5-minute orb low, 667.69 will be that level. Okay, we're above that level right now, the 5-minute orb. See if we can hold above. See if we can get above that PMH, I should say, 669.04. Okay. So far, everything is above that daily open, weekly open, except the Dow. The Dow is the laggard. The Dow is the laggard. The Dow is the laggard. I want to see a nice hold above PMH, 609.04. The Qs are holding PMH, 679. PMH simply means pre-market high. IW is holding PMH as well. So let's see if we can hold it. No shooters or inverted hammers off PMH and a fall back to the downside. Okay. SPY is right at PMH, 670, 669.04. So let's see if the Dow decides to join the party. Let's see if the Dow decides to join the party. Now, the chat overwhelmingly is bullish, 78% bullish. VIX going south. Hourly is bullish. 15-minute is engulfing. We need the VIX to continue to go south. See if you can hold above this nice little thin zone. All right, that PMH is going to be critical. PMH is going to be critical. We want our neighbors to hold above the PMH. The ones that got above PMH first, we want them to hold. Somewhat of a steep ascension here. VIX goes south, that'd be great. So this is to give it some context. Context is key. Let's zoom out just the daily, just for a quick second here. Okay, just for a quick second here. See, we're inside that range right there. We're We're inside that range. Okay. Qs are wicking above PMH, all right? Nice little trap above PMH. Remember that 50 MA, we're still in that 50 MA neighborhood on SPY. We're still in that 50 MA neighborhood on SPY. So let's see if the Dow drags everything lower. Bitcoin still seeing some strength. Bitcoin is above 74K. Gold is picking up some speed. Yeah, premiums are still where they are. IV is still where it is. Do we get that breakdown? POC 668.64. So far, what we do know is we have a massive gap up. Okay. We're above that daily open. We're trying to establish a relationship with that pre-market high. We're going back and forth here. So far, we're rejecting off of it. Let's see how that 5-minute candle closes. The Qs did get above PMH, and now they're starting to slide back the downside. See if the Qs are the tell. Okay, the Qs are back below PMH. Back below PMH. It's gonna come down to PMH. That's what it's gonna come down to. All right, can we get above PMH, or do we reject off PMH? Five minutes away from the orb. Okay, on the other hand, IW continues to show strength, continues to show promise. IW continues to show promise here. Okay, the Dow is actually waking up off those lows. The Dow is waking up off of those lows. DIA is waking up off of those lows. Okay, how wide is this zone? Between PMH and daily open, that's about $1.40. Okay, nice push. Dow's waking up. IW is about to trigger that daily upside breaker. See if we can come back into this territory. It's about into 670. Psychological level. Come back a little bit. For that retest. Hold the support. If we can get that, that'd be great. We do have shockwave setting up in the next 4 minutes. So again, if you want to be patient for that setup, be patient. If you're a 5-minute orb, you may be extracting profits at this point, or trying to see if you can take it to target, scaling out. Just depends on what your protocol is. Bitcoin continues to go, guys. Bitcoin is at 74,460. IW showing some signs of life. The Dow is starting to wake up as well. The Dow is back above PMH. The Dow is back above PMH. See if we get a nice little dip into this here. And that support holds. And validation marker, break of support. The Dow's above PMH. IWM is above 250.61, that daily upside breaker. So IW is the one that's expanding. IW is expanding. How we doing, guys? My IWM army. If we can get a push back into here. I'll be there for it. Take it off of here. All right, so strikers, that's what I'll look for. A nice retest to 669.04. We're seeing a rotation out of the tech, a mega cap into the Dow, and IW leading the way. IWM in this case is above that daily upside breaker. So IW small caps is in the lead. Currently 250.61 is that daily upside breaker. Question is, can we stay above 250.61? That 250.61 retest awaits. This nice zone here. Okay, so VIX still going south. IW the first one to trigger. SPY's creating a nice separation away from the 50 on the hourly. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Green 5-minute orb, beautiful, beautiful. Still waiting. If you're still waiting, continue to wait. Good morning, Mimi, Sage. Still waiting, push back. That's a nice push on IW. IWM is off to the races. Off to the races. Off to the races for IW. Q's struggling to get back above PMH. Nice little zone right here on IW. Key zone. Not for a nice little retest. SPY as well. Agreed. Okay. All right, so everything is green so far. Everything is green. SPY's headed towards that 670 psychological level. 670 psychological level. All right, so now Shockwave 15 is here. Shockwave 15 is here. See if we get a nice push. Continued push. IW pulling back. Q starting to wake up. Okay, we're above those critical levels. So SPY's above that trigger, that orb trigger, 669.70. If you did take that, that's your level. If you trade the ripple, you're in. If you trade the ripple, you're in. What a nice push, guys. So far, starting to push. VIX is headed south. All right, see if you can pull in slightly. We got that nice little call trigger. So if you took this, you would scale out. TP, that first TP is at 670.80. See if you can pull in slightly. IW also gave us a signal. Dow giving us a signal. IW giving us a signal. Q's not yet. See if SPY can pull in for that good entry. Get closer to 669.70. Okay. I'm looking at the IW 252s. IW. Okay, I'll take IW right there. IWM calls. So my risk is all the way down here. Okay, let's see if that can work in our favor. I'm in the IWM calls. Risk all the way down at this 250.67. SPY, I want SPY to come in a little further low. I want SPY to come in a little bit more to the downside before my entry. I don't want that entry all the way up there near that target. Okay. So I'll just passively pay attention to IW. If I get that scale out, I'll be notified. Let's go to SPY here. Okay, so what the indicator does is it automatically draws your risk reward based on your profile. Based on your profile. So IW probably about 15 to 20% risk. See if that 5-minute candle can hold above that level. SPY, I want a SPY to come into this territory for that good entry. Stop out on IW. Let me have an alert as it pulls back. It is all the way down here. Get it close below there. I'll get stopped out. Okay, about to get stopped out on IW here. Okay, out on IW. Stopped out on IW here. Stopped out on IW at about 25%. Let's see if SPY bounces here. You see how the VIX is starting to wake up? The VIX is starting to wake up. I want to see a nice bounce on SPY. See if we can go hammer on SPY. So IW fell back below that daily upside breaker. IW fell back below the daily upside breaker. VIX is starting to wake up. I want to see a nice little hammer off SPY here. If we get a hammer off SPY, I'll take SPY back the upside. Just want the VIX to cool off here. Just want the VIX to cool off. Okay, I'll take SPY right there. Okay, I'm in SPY to the upside. If you're waiting for that retest on IW, you probably have a better entry. See if you get some follow through here. Get some follow through. So first trade, IW stopped out. Second trade, SPY. See if SPY can hold at least above these lows down here. Okay, I give it about 10-15%. Not as wide as 25% on SPY. See if that continue push lower, continue push higher. Want the VIX to cool off. Okay, see if buyers can protect this here on SPY, get that continued push. I want to see a nice break here. Nice break until you push higher. I want the VIX to stay below. I want the VIX to stay below that 2441. 2441. Stay below 2441. 10-15% risk on SPY. If you waited for that key zone bounce, unlike the continued break on IW, maybe you're seeing a nice push. If your stop is wider, maybe a nice push there. We just need the VIX to stay below 2441. See if SPY can start getting his act together. Down 1%, 2%. So nothing to do at this point. Okay, that 5 minute, if we can hold above PMH, that'd be great. Hold above PMH. That'd be great. See if that continued expansion. That 5 minute candle is inside. That 5 minute candle is still inside. So ideally, okay, we don't want those lows to get taken out and continued sell. All right, we don't want to go 2 up, 2 down. Reversal. See if buyers can start stepping in here. Keep this candle inside for the next 2 minutes or get near those highs. Down 4%. 669.47 is my risk. about 10 to 15%. Not as wide as IW. Okay, see if we get a nice push here. The VIX is starting to wake up. VIX starting to wake up. So I don't want price to break below 669.47. All right, break and close below that. Then we're starting to reverse back the downside. Okay. See if you can sit through that. It's 24.41. 24.41 is critical on the VIX. We need to stay below that. So we don't want price to continue to accelerate. VIX is climbing. VIX is climbing. We'll keep an eye on that. We will keep an eye on that. Close eye. Okay. Let's see if SPY continues to push. The probability, all right, we have a good probability. Just have to see. This can't get stopped out before that. All right. So see if you can see it through. So probability here, calls of course 69.80. Signal came in at 9.50. Bullish bias. All right, so bias is good. See if buyers can continue to step in. Okay, see if you get a nice push to the upside. Create separation away from 669.77. Again, the risk is right here. It's not going to be that conservative risk. It's going to be less than that. It's going to be a key level here. So now we stayed inside on the 5. So now let's see if we go 212 back the upside. So stay above 669.57. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Again, VIX needs to stay below 24.41. 24.41. All right, so in the meantime, what I would like to see is a break above these highs and not a break below those lows. If we get a break below 669.57, close below that, we'll get stopped out. What I want to see is a break above here and would be in good shape. All right, now we're inside that candle, that 5-minute candles range. Okay, down 7. Okay, I want to see if we can wick out of there. If we close below there, then I'll stop out. See if that wick can be maintained. A lot of back and forth here. So see that wick can be maintained. I want that wick to be maintained. If we get that continued selling pressure, stop out. So you can see we trigger that 669.57. Right. See if we can stay. Okay, we use that as a wick. I don't want it to fall back in force. And see if we can potentially go engulfing here. If we can get back above 670, that's what's giving us a hard time here, team. That 670 is right there. Right, so if we can get back above 670, we'll be in good shape. All right, so critical move brewing here. Okay, starting to go. Up 8. Go. TP where you need to, team. Okay, up 9. Up 11. Take some off right there at 11. Thank you very much. I want that 670 to hold. Okay, I'm going to hold runners as long as we stay above 670. Up 13. There we go. Scale out if you need to. Scale out reminder right there. Up 14. Boom. 16. Nice engulfing candle there. Scale out reminder there. TP. If you're looking for that TP, guys, TP is 670.80. Okay, up 16. I want that 670 to hold. All right, no close back below 670. And see. So I want the buyers to protect 670. Okay, see if you can hold runners to target. If you took that, put a dollar sign in the chat. TP where you need to. Scalar reminder provided. Beautiful job. Up 19, up 20. There we go. Take some off right there at 20. Be down to my last one. 21. There we go. We hit TP. TP one hit. TP one hit. Up 22. If you took that, dollar signs in the chat, guys. Dollar signs in the chat. Okay. TP1 already hit. Let's go. Good, 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 Mimi. Good, 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 EC. Good, good, good. All right. So now I want us to stay above scale out. I want us to stay above scale out. Let's see if this thing wants to continue to go. Because the VIX, again, it held those parameters. If you can see, the reason why I continued to hold a position because we didn't get invalidated while we're in our risk threshold, is the probability is bullish. Okay, the bias is bullish, right? So as long as I don't get stopped and as long as it doesn't violate my risk, I'm willing to hold that. All right, up 27. TP's already been hit, guys. All right, scale out. Make sure you have something to show for it. Anything can happen. 27 is a beautiful return in a matter of minutes. We're at that 6,792 now. If we close back below the zone, I will close out. At NC. If we close back below NC, I'll close out. No close back below there. All right. Anyone else take that? How we doing, guys? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I don't want to see a close below here. No close. NC signifies no close. All right. Think of it as a trailing stop, as well as the greatest state of North Carolina. All right. So two things in one. Okay. I'll close out right there. All right. So hit TP. All right. Multiple scale outs, and then we're done with that. So you can see how it gives you that reminder. All right. So beautiful, beautiful trade. 25% IW. Beautiful, 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 guys. Took some time. Took some time. If we go back to the IWM trade, if we break that down, I mean, granted, IWM is the contracts are cheaper. Right, but what I was looking for was that continued push higher. So if you waited for that daily upside break or retest rather than expansion, you're good to go. If you had risk wider than conservative, you're good to go. Keep in mind, all this stuff is just with the indicator. All this stuff is just to help you. So you can even take all this stuff off if you want. Okay, you can take all this stuff off. If you find it distracting, you can just say, hey, you know what? Take off the risk reward overlay. You don't want that. And you can actually customize your risk to conservative or aggressive. Okay, so conservative and aggressive. If you don't want the signals, you got to make your own decisions. All right, you can say, where is it? It should be somewhere. Here. Take that, I believe is that. All right, it's one of those, okay? But trend is still intact. Trend is still intact. See if it continues to push higher. Just had to take some profits. Anyone babysitting runners? Anyone babysitting runners? If you're babysitting runners, if you're on babysitting duty, just mark out your NC, your no close. This already hit target. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, guys. Smash the like button, guys. Smash the like button. If you took that, if you're just jumping in, we did take 2 trades stopped out in IWM initially. The IW is more of a sit, just more of a let it kind of do its thing. Wider risk, right? Less size, SPY. We treat that as a scalp, meaning I'm not going to have my risk this wide. Okay, it's just more of I want to see that continued push, scale out as I get those double digits. All right. TP1 already hit. If you're looking for next TP, we'll provide that to you shortly. Is right here. So now, right now, what we're doing, guys, okay, if we just zoom out just for a second, here. Okay, what we're doing here now is we're coming into the jaws of that BOG. So that BOG from March 12th, we're entering the jaws of the gap from March 12th, from March 12th. Still in call. If you're still in call, do what you need to do. All right, but it's very important that you manage. You take profits where you need to. All right, so again, scale out reminder there. Take a majority off at 11, take some more off at 17, 18, and close that last one at 20 plus. All right, again, just on this Monday, smaller size, just ease your way into the day as the best approach. Ease your way into the week, I should say. Okay, so if you took that with IW, let's just go break it down real quick. NVIDIA still brewing if you're waiting. Tesla, look at that, guys. Tesla, that also went. Tesla breaks above, goes. All right, Tesla, that idea came in on Tesla there. This system is going to be game changing, man. I can't wait to introduce it. Okay. You can put the view up on. You can put the EMAs on. I want to get let me just show you real quick table. So this is the full table with full details. Okay. It gives you a probability rank based off the area there. And if you want to filter it out, say you want to have more requirements, okay, you can put more filters in. Tesla went. All right, so what I mean by that is you just go here, a signal filter, require ribbons, require ATR filter pass, market. So the more filters you have, the less signals you're going to get. If you have no filters, you're going to get more signals. All right, so I like to have that VWAP bias and that ATR filter pass. All right. So again, you can see the waves waving on Tesla. IW, if we go back to IW real quick, okay, we can see. In the case of IW, this break initially, right, was right at that 50% retrace the weekly as well. So if you took that bounce, okay, you're in good shape. So SPY's having a hard time getting past that target. That target, of course, that's 671. That 671.83 is the second target, but this first target here at that 670.80. 670.80 is giving us a hard time here. All right, as we continue to ascend to the upside, all right, let's see how we interact with that support. Now, the VIX is starting to bounce off 24. Keep in mind, we start to hit exhaustion at targets, and we're back at that 670 psychological level. We're back at that 670 psychological level. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me take off. If you're still in, manage accordingly. Okay. If your entry is in this territory, manage accordingly. How we doing, guys? How we doing, strikers? I'm out in green. That pulled back the daily upside breaker. It's getting IWM. That pullback at the daily upside breaker was nice on IW. So if your risk was conservative, okay? your risk is conservative, then it already hit target. If you're looking for reward all the way into beyond, above and beyond one, meaning you're on 2 TPs, so you want a 1 to 4, okay? Then you're looking to take this into TP2 all the way up there. I've been watching for the last 3-4 sessions. It's been a good experience. I'm now starting to get an idea of how it works. Good, good, good. Who's done for the day? 670.92, the December low. Could be important level. Over support, under resistance, 100%. That December low, very, very critical. I'm actually expecting a large drop, but nothing moving until it breaks. So the fact that we broke below 24, that could possibly send us into this BOG 671.36, and then eventually into TP2. All right, so it's just a nice slow grind uptrend. We're above VWAP. We're above the daily open. All the indexes are green. Okay, everything's pushing to the upside. We are seeing some temporary pullbacks, of course. I just made 35% profit on $200 account. Beautiful, beautiful job, guys. All accounts are welcome. All traders welcome. All account sizes, all contract sizes, all position sizes. Right. Those things are just up to you. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. All right. You can trade options, whichever way you see fit. All right. Let's get 100 likes before 10:30. If you're just jumping in, we did take 2 trades. Stopped out on IW. Right. Always looking to see if IW can make that nice push at the target. And we use SPY as our textbook scalp to the upside. This key zone bounce, okay, it didn't come into fruition, right? That key zone, if you took that break, right, didn't come back for that bounce. So this is a continuation of that push. This really came in from that pre-market, right? In pre-market, we saw that nice little break. We discussed about the importance of this 50 EMA on the hourly. If we get above it, do we get a rejection off of it? It could go either way. And now we're above that. Midpoint, that weekly POC. Okay, and now we're approaching this major rejection zone, right? So it doesn't mean just take puts right off the bat, right? But if it gets into those highs, it shows some signs of weakness. We start to see some signs of slowdown. We can start to pull back in. But this major resistance, is this the break that we look back to and say, this is what caused that push, right? For us to get that continued acceleration into this second runway, this initial runway coming into the day, guys, this was it. It was between here and here. All right, we were monitoring here and here. All right, and we were existing once we cleared that between here and here. That was our window of opportunity. So the next window of opportunity is, of course, above 672.32. If you're following the trend, if you're using trend following tactics to scalp, if you're using pullbacks into critical EMAs, by all means, we have not come and tested the waves yet. That's a great way, but again, avoid buying highs into higher highs. At least wait for some pullbacks. Okay. If we break above 672.32, that's critical. That is very, very critical because now we start to pursue those highs up here. The fact that the VIX and everything else is breaking down, that's beautiful. Okay, the VIX is below 24. VIX is below 24. And you can see probability is 80% now. Still bias is bullish. All right. So it was 100% here. 100% is as good as it gets. It doesn't mean is it going to work 100% of the time? Not necessarily. It's a gauge of the bias. It's a gauge of basing it on the calculation of the movement, the volume, the price action, the ATR, all those things. So it's as good as it's going to get here. All right. Can we get quick changes in price in a short period of time? Something hits the wire? Absolutely. Right. But it just gives us that confidence to say, hey, you know what? As long as we're within our risk, if we don't get stopped out, we'll look to see it through. Okay. I'll look to see it through. Again, guys, if you're interested in joining our community for the delay-free ad-free stream, make sure to take advantage. I did open up All the spots for the month were filled up. I usually open up 15 spots. I opened up 5 more on Friday. Those filled up as well. So I'll open up 10 more for the rest of the month. Next month, of course, we have the release, the indicative release. We'll have the early release next week. We have a couple of new features being added to the Discord in Q2. So make sure to get into the Discord to access all the tools and resources by this month. All right, those 10 spots. Once those fill up, those will be full. All right. So again, take advantage of that. Use the code trial30. If that doesn't work, use the code 20%, numerical 20 and a percent sign to join. Cup and handle. Yep. That's exactly, it's brewing, right, doctor? You can see it, right? That nice little rounded bottom comes to that territory, gets a nice little double top-ish kind of activity, and then maybe that handle for that continued push, right? Very, very possible. Does anyone recognize this pattern? Any of my boot camp students? Anyone recognize this pattern? If you're done, be done. If you are done, be done, guys. If you are done, be done. Mondays, if you get your win within the first hour, just be done. All right, so it's a 5-round fight. Keep in mind, it's a 5-round fight. We have Tuesday. We have Wednesday. We have Fed decision, press conference. All right. We have options exploration. We have a lot of things this week. So being disciplined and not overtrading will be the key this week. Ascending wedge 100%. Okay. Let's see if we're at 100 likes. Let's see if we get 100 likes. The goal is 100 likes before 10:30. We have 230 people joining us. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Excuse me. Long-time viewers. Nanitha, beautiful. Oh, Marsha, beautiful, beautiful guys. Good. 81% of the chat. I mean, the chat was on to something. 81% of the chat on the poll was bullish. All right, 81% of the chat was bullish. Of course, the most obvious thing to wait for is a retest of that 669.76, and VWAP is right there as well. Okay, VWAP is right there as well. So how close are we to daily upside breaker? We're about $1.57 away, $1.75 away from daily upside breaker on SPY. Okay, so from PML, guys, from the lows from pre-market, guys, the pre-market lows, we're at $8.50 away. $8.50 away. So the question becomes, can this, as we continue to tighten, get a nice little break, impulsive pop? All right. If that impulsive pop leads to draw lower, that's fine. But that impulsive pop is all I'm interested in. Okay. That's more than enough to squeeze 10 to 20%, 10 to 15% out of it. So I'll pay attention to this territory here. First time Ohio, welcome Diamond Card Pico 6610. Yep, cup and handle Jones, 100% doctor. I'm looking for 3DTEs on the dip. You have your dip in the 666.38 territory. So is that near? So slightly below. If we do remember the handle, right? If we want to find our handle. Yep, you got that exact area. That's a nice plan. I like that plan, doctor. 3DTEs as well. I like that. IW was the first one out the gate. All right. It was the early riser. And now it's kind of just getting a little messy. SPY already hit. QQQ already hit. Dow already hit. Nvidia, nothing much. Nvidia, nothing much. Okay, just one filter. Signals, okay. Walmart, WMT. Uber was the other one as well. Okay, Uber. Let's see if Uber can get back above that level. Okay, Amazon is brewing. Amazon is brewing. If we get that continued push to the upside, dead upside breaker, yeah, trigger that. That would create that the neckline of that cup or the top of that cup, kind of a double top. Our friend Walmart. Okay, well, not doing much. QQQ already went. QQQ already went. All right, already hit target. So again, if you want to be contrarian line of thinking, right? Hey, you know what? I want to go against everything. You can clearly see. You can clearly see that nice on QQQ. So if this channel starts to crack, right, it starts to show some cracks in that support. Think of support as being the foundation. Some cracks in the foundation. Same with SPY. And we see some cracks back to downside. The channel gets violated, right, and it continued push lower. So as long as this channel remains intact, right, more than likely we'll continue to go north. Right, so now the QQQ, the move on QQQ already took place during the first hour. If you're looking for a different move, again, got to continue to wait. At least wait for that retest. Retest of, on QQQ, retest of, look how messy those 5-minute candles are. Retest of 601.48. 601.48, shallow retest, 679, pretty decent retest. All right, so if you take the 601.48, your stop is going to be at that just slightly above that PMH, 601.91. No, 691. 691. All right. SPX. SPX also hit already. SPX already hit target. The entry for SPX was 67.06. 67.06 on SPX. So as long as we continue to grind higher, still bullish. The hourly is bullish. VIX is below 24. So use that 24 threshold as that area if you're looking for a significant reversal. At least get above 24. At least get above 24. Okay? At least get above 24. 9 minutes away. We'll look to close out first shift. And then we'll look for some opportunities second shift. Okay? So who's done for the day? If you're done for the day, put done in the chat. If you're done for the day, put done in the chat. So now all the indexes, all four are above that 50 EMA. The Dow is right at that daily upside breaker. The IWM is above daily upside breaker. All right, 250.61. On the 15, we have a couple of wicks off that 250.61. We're starting to see crude. Crude is trading below 95. VIX, of course, below that 24. Okay, so that VIX gave us a read for the day. VIX gave us that nice read for the day. VIX gave us that nice read for the day. Done. Okay. Good, good, good. If you're done, can I ask a quick question? Yeah, what's the question? HHPPC CBD. Bullish as much as 15, around 80 million barrels of Russian crude were transited. No trades for me. I wasn't chasing. Good. If you took no trades, didn't chase, you stuck to your plan, that's a win. Right? Sticking to the plan is victory. If none of your setups present an opportunity, you didn't take anything, that's a victory. All right? The rule is you can't have FOMO when price is moving, right? And you don't have a way to capture that movement. That's almost like a fictitious FOMO that the market is trying to trick you. Okay, so say for example, price breaks above a level. Okay, we'll just make it very broad and general. Price breaks above a level and it just takes off. All right, I can't have FOMO, all right, unless this is my setup. That's just fictitious FOMO. That's just the market manipulating me to chase it. If this is my setup and I missed it, all right, then FOMO is warranted. Then it's objective to have FOMO. That we're human beings. But the question is, what do you do with the FOMO? Okay, the worst thing you're gonna do is chase the top of the FOMO. Right? So regather. If it's still valid, if it continues to push, all right, you can either wait for that same entry for that retest, or you can look to size down and look for something of a trend following strategy if it's a legitimate break. A pull back into some of the major EMAs, right? Some sort of a flag pattern back the upside, right? So that's the rule, right? So it can only be FOMO if it coincides with the setups you take all the time, or if it coincides with your system. But if you do have FOMO now, what do you do with the FOMO? All right, FOMO is going to come in. FOMO is going to creep its way in. All right, but what you do with the FOMO is the most important thing. Right? Does FOMO lead you to chase? When I have FOMO, I channel the FOMO energy to look for another entry. You're gonna have to channel it somewhere. Most traders will channel it and it will lead to chasing. Most traders will channel it, it will lead to over trading. All right, so great job on that. Trump speaks at 10:30. I'm taking today off. I made 300 on Meta calls and closed for a quick profit. I made beautiful job if you took Meta to the upside. All right, we're putting some pressure on this this channel here. These candles, guys, these candles are not pretty. These candles are not pretty. They're whipsaw type of candles. We're moving about 98 cents per 5-minute candle. IV slightly tick to the downside. 100%, guys. So if you're done, be done. We're about 4 minutes away from first shift, conclusion of first shift. 18% locked in and done for day. Beautiful, beautiful. DFTD done for the day. DFTD. That's the hardest thing to put in the chat, but it's probably the most important thing to put in the chat. If you're done, be done. All right. Today just feels fishy. Yeah. Even the way it's moving, these candles, guys, they're massive candles, not clean. We are in that rejection zone. So if I see some sort of weakness on the 15, we start to see the VIX get above 2382, 2390. Okay, we can start to see a potential push to the push to the upside on the VIX and a pull back to the downside as we're hanging out just above that target right there. Here's consolidation IW. A lot of back and forth. If you want the quickest way to find out consolidation, there's multiple ways to identify consolidation, but the simplest one, if you're intraday trading, right, using 1 DTE, 0 DTEs, anything intraday, you're looking to take advantage of an opportunity within an hour, right? Depending on your hold time can vary. The number one question to ask yourself is you at least want to see 3 clean 5-minute candles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. If we got a nice little stretch here, all right, we got two clean 5-minute candles. This is where we existed. This is where we were existing when it was pushing. And then now we're going inside, bullish, bearish, bearish, bullish, inside. All right, so let's see if we can get a nice stretch of three candles consecutively to the upside of the downside. Okay. And we're on the verge, very close to coming into that daily upside breaker. Right, very close. And like Doctor pointed out, right, any cup and handle traders, here's your round to bottom. Okay, so this would be the top of the cup. Okay, top of the cup or the neckline of the cup. But of course, cups don't have necks. All right, so we'll say the rim of the cup. So the $1 million question becomes, where is the handle? Simple, throw a fib. Okay. Throw a fib on it. And see if that fib coincides with some internal key levels. So this would be the sweet spot. Right, that particular area. So if we do get that cup and handle, all right, the ideal area, can it go before? Yeah, you can take a channel break. The ideal area is the $1 million question is where's that right handle? This would be the sweet spot. Because if it breaks below here, then it gives back a majority of the push up. So it's validated. So either the channel break or nice bounce off this into the channel break. So SAT entry would be in this territory here. Okay. Handle. All right, so we're starting to break down here. Okay, VWAP test coming up. VWAP test coming up. It's officially second shift. First shift, we saw a nice push to the upside. Make sure to like the video, guys. We have 200 plus people joining us this morning. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you like the video. Everyone, make sure you like the video. A nice 2-1-2 off that rejection zone. If this area doesn't hold, then we possibly fold. Again, we couldn't catch a bid back above that level. We fell back below 670. The VIX is back above 24. Okay, VIX is back above 24. If it holds above 24, it continues to accelerate, right? And we clear the way, meaning if we can't get a bounce off this, but we just slice right through it, right? Then we're going to go all the way back, possibly into that PMH, possibly back into center point. So you get an impulsive bounce off of that, get back above 670. If that view up gets protected. Okay, so you can hold above 670. Kind of going against the VIX. VIX continues to accelerate. So a decisive hold above 670 would be great. If the bears can hold it below 670, fail to reclaim VWAP, that slide ensues. Let me see how many likes we have so far for the giveaway. Okay. Let's see. See if we can hold it back above 670. If we're going to hold back above 670, VIX starts to recoil, that'd be great. Hold back over 670, VIX starts to recoil, that'd be great. I'll look at the, if the VIX continues to accelerate, 670 rejection to the downside. Because we're coming out of this rejection zone. So the entry took place so quickly, right there. Once it broke those lows in that rejection zone, we're off to the races. So let's go into the second target there. First target already taken out, going to second target. So bulls are trying to fight here. Bulls are trying to fight. They're trying to hold it back up. They're trying to push it back. There's a lot of selling pressure, incoming selling pressure. IW. Fell back below pre-market low. SPY is fighting that pre-market, fell back below pre-market high. SPY is fighting, right? Sellers are piling in. 669.07. And that next target, we're back below VWAP. Let's go to the 1 real quick. See if the waves are waving back the downside. Okay, VWAP 2, 669.35. VWAP 1 right here. So we're below VWAP 1, about to get below VWAP 2. Everything's selling off here. The sell-off on the hourly is very aggressive. Oil is starting to pick back up. It's looking to get above 95. VIX is waking back up, back above 24. We're seeing a nice slide across the board. Nice slide across the board. You don't take that breakdown. If you took that breakdown, that might have been the trade of the day. I was waiting for that drop till I missed it. Yeah, that was a beautiful drop. Microsoft put call ratio is insane. If I held that, you had the puts up there. If you did, great job. The fact that buyers couldn't protect this to the upside was a tell. Let me take this off to open up some real estate. So we're right at that PMH, I should say. So we're right at that PMH. Right at that PMH. Okay, we're starting to get a nice bounce off that key zone. See if we can get some fuel off that bounce. Okay, see if we can hold off that bounce so we can start to build a base off that bounce. That was a nice key zone bounce. Come back and retest 669.32. That key zone was probably worth the wait. See if we can get that one more bounce. One more bounce off that level. If the VIX can start working its way to 24, that'd be great. Still a lot of pressure, selling pressure on that 15. The 15 is still being pushed lower. All right, we're catching a nice bid off that weekly POC as well, 669.07. That coincides closely with that PMH. That coincides closely with that PMH. So we're seeing a 5-minute relief pop. 5-minute relief pop. Book $9 profit in SPX puts. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Took the break near the top, holding last runner. Beautiful job, Steve. So there's still some selling on the 15, but the 15 is looking a small little wick on that candle, but still a lot of selling pressure on the 15 across all the indexes. Keep in mind, right, that massive gap up to open things up. That daily open is 668.41. If we fall below key zone, we probably gravitate back towards daily open. Buyers are fighting with their lives to protect that PMH. right there. This is what they're fighting for. Protect that PMH and VWAP. If they can do that, that'd be great. But it looks like they're getting outnumbered. There's a lot of supply in that area. Let's see how this shakes out. It's officially second shift, guys. Keep that in mind. It's officially second shift. Let's see if I can make the lines a little bolder. Too much weight. All right, too heavy. Continue push lower. Now rejection off that rejection zone. If you were patient for that rejection zone breakdown, that might have been the trade of the day, guys. IWM crossed back to being red on the day. QQQ crossed back to being red on the day. So did SPY. This was it. This rejection zone right here, off that rejection zone, right? We broke below 670.25. Daily open. So we did get a nice impulsive bounce off that key zone. Initially, not enough to get us above it. Nice dead cat bounce. Or see if we get a nice little impulsive bounce off that daily open, retrace into key zone, and start to reject off of it back to downside. IWM triggered the puts. See if that can hold. On that to hold on IW. I like to take the 248s on IW to the downside. Okay. Again, same risk, 20 to 25%. My risk on IW would be that basically that 249.97. So you get a nice little entry off that rejection, but that continue push lower. On IWM, get one more little bounce. I want to get a nice clean entry as close as possible to 249.61. We're at 249.49 right now. We're about 11 cents away, a couple of cents away. So see if I can get that push. I'll take it there. Okay, I'll take IW there as it continues to show weakness. Okay, couldn't get filled. See, we have one more bounce. Look for it again. Okay, I'll take it there. A little further than I wanted, but I'll take it. Right, so my entry is not as clean, but I'll still take IW. I'm in the IWM puts. Risk being all the way up here. So very similar to the setup earlier. Right, it's either it hits target or gets stopped out. There's nothing for me to do in between. Okay. If you're waiting for that cleaner entry, if you can get it near 249.61, that'd be great. All right, so my risk is all the way up there on IW. So IWM either hit target or stop me out. I'm looking for a 2-to-1. Could have done it, but could have been a little more patient for that better entry. But that's okay. I'll sit through it because my entry is near this territory here. So any kind of bounce does put me in drawdown automatically. So IW, I'll monitor that passively. Okay, as it continues to sell off. All right. So either get a scale out reminder or hit target on IW. I like how IW broke below the hourly downside breaker. IW does show the most amount of weakness so far on that hourly as well. VIX continues to tick higher. SPY continues to sell off here as well. Everything is below the daily open. Everything's fell below daily open. VIX continues to push the upside. And you don't take IW. Cleaner entry. If you had a cleaner entry on IW, it would be a green. you'll be green. I sold 1.50%, still holding. Beautiful job. Quick 26%. PMH, IW, beautiful, beautiful. 1 put runner. Want to see drop through PMH bottom. Beautiful, 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 guys. So you can see that once we start to put some pressure, on that, especially the cues, right? We talked about the cues in that channel, SPY in that channel, the importance of that pattern. Now we're fighting at that daily open. Everything is below the daily open so far, guys. Everything is below the daily open. We got well above daily open, all 4 indexes. Now all 4 of them are below daily open. All 4 of them are below daily open. Okay. That retrace reject, or that breakdown below PMH was beautiful on IW. $15-minute candle IW continues to show sells. Okay. I want the waves are starting to wave here in IW, so there's nothing for me to do but just let it play out. Either get stopped out or hit target or scale out a reminder. Target for IW is 249.61, below that 250 psychological level, so we have to overcome that 250. We're below it currently. Let me draw that 250. We've actually been below the 250 for quite some time. All right, so we're all the way at 249.30. 250 will put us, okay, 250 is right there. So basically 250 is my risk. Very close to the risk. Volume imbalance in IWM. See these buyers, impulsive buyers start pushing price back to the upside. We're starting to see a nice reclaim of that daily open on Qs and SPY. New 15-minute candle here, guys. New 15-minute candle here. New 15-minute candle here. If we break below those 15-minute candles lows, we continue. If we stay inside, we consolidate for some time. We consolidate for some time. So put in the chat, do we get back above daily open on SPY, or do we continue to sell off? Are we going to get, is the sell-off going to stop here, or is there more left? Is the sell-off going to stop here, or is there more selling left to do? Do we have more selling left in the tank? Okay, nice little volume balance there. IW takes out those lows, 249.21. We continue on the 15. SPY, I want to monitor this interaction with that key zone, right? Although we were internal to that range, I want to monitor that interaction, right? SPY, I'll look for things on the outskirts. Keep a close eye on this territory here. All right. VIX is starting to slow down here, okay? Starting to slow down. Okay, if you can stay above this area here, that'd be great. That hourly is bearish. If you're looking for a reclaim, you're going to see a decisive push back above this territory. So this is a reclaim, retrace, reject type of zone. In the case of IW, I want IW to hold below that hourly downside breaker. Okay. And of course, a SPY can sell off. That would also help everything else as well. So we are seeing a 5-minute inside candle across the board, 15-minute, new 15-minute candle, right? If we break below those lows, the sell-off continues. We break below those lows, that sell-off continues. That's where we are. Let me open up the game plan chart real quick here. So we're back at that 50 MA, guys. We got above it. We trapped all those longs above that 50 MA. Where did we reject off of, team? This key zone, right? So if you keep your ideas in that area, you have a good chance of finding an opportunity. Okay. So SPY coming up here. I'm going to go refill my coffee real quick, guys. Welcome to SAT VIP Heavy Duty. All right, I'm in IWM. If I get the alert, I'll get stopped out. Keep a close eye on that 660, 667.80 on SPY. In the meantime, let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC. I'm not sure how many likes we have so far, so let me take a look at the likes. Coffee real quick, guys. Let me mute that. Okay, we're at 95 likes again, guys. 100 likes. Let's hit 100 likes. All right. I'll make sure to like the video. We have over 200 plus people joining us. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Okay, let us know where you're joining from. So IW is a make or break type of setup. SPY is more that scalp on SPY, right? So we'll let SPY do its thing. NVIDIA GTC kicks off today, of course. So let's take a listen. I will be right back, guys. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. In the meantime, smash the like button. IWM bounce 249.02. Are the best off.
See that part of the market.
Yeah, it might be a little bit, my entry might be a little too close to those lows, so I might have to sit through a little back and forth. Right, but on IW, either stop me out or scale out or TP. Okay, let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC. We'll be right back on the other side.
They didn't actually buy the company for $20 billion.
At least that's what the lawyers are saying, right?
Exactly. I am curious that you talk about that. So, I mean, that's pretty quick. They obviously took them. It was Christmas Eve, and they became employees almost immediately. That's how fast NVIDIA can move on some of these things?
Yeah, I mean, Jensen Huang is always years ahead of the rest of us, and he has been for a while, and he saw where things were moving, and he needed to make this happen because he wants to stay ahead of the competition. That doesn't mean the new chip is coming out this year, but it will be part of the roadmap. We're not just a discussion of Rubin and how much better it's going to be than Blackwell, Feynman and how much better that's going to be than Rubin. We're also going to introduce a separate roadmap for that pathway. So that doesn't mean they're going into production this year, but it does mean that it's part of the roadmap, which should help NVIDIA's customers start doing the math of, well, how do we want to balance that versus what we were thinking of ordering from AMD and Broadcom?
Right. Well, then, finally, how do you view the competitive set for NVIDIA as we move into the inference environment, so to speak, and away from training of so many of the LLMs? Do they have serious competitors when it comes to the chips that are available and are being either in-house made by the likes of Alphabet or Amazon and others?
Well, our assessment is really the TPUs are the only established alternative to NVIDIA's chips. Yes, everybody else is trying to make their own custom chip. AMD has a new product set that they've pre-sold a lot of. But realistically speaking, NVIDIA still has a big lead. TPUs are really the only competitive product. And as long as NVIDIA doesn't rest on its laurels, they will maintain that lead even in inference, even though that's a different market and competitive dynamic. And again, it goes back to Jensen Huang just sees farther into the future. He's secured capacity with TSMC. He's secured capacity with the memory companies. And so he's just 2 steps ahead of everybody else. He's not letting them catch up.
Yeah. And finally, I guess we'll just end quickly with Meta, because I know you covered that as well. They inked this deal with Nebius. I mean, the spending just continues at a pace to which we've never seen, I guess, Gil. Fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Meta, they are not giving up. They want to make sure that they have enough data center capacity to provide their own use as well as their customers' use. And they all want to win. And Meta is doing everything it can to win. It's slightly smaller, doesn't have quite as much cash flow as those other guys. So that's why they need to leverage third parties as well. So that includes Oracle, CoreWeave, and now a really big piece from Nebius. Now they need to pay for it, which is why they're looking at very deep cost cuts, as much as 20% of the workforce, in order to pay for their data centers, as well as the extra data center capacity they're buying from other players.
Gil, we'll see what Jensen has to say at 2 p.m. Eastern. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've got much more for you on the tech trade ahead when legendary Silicon Valley investor Bill Gurley joins us with his take on AI's impact on the workforce and the software sell-off. Much more. We'll be right back.
Seabits, your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500.
Okay, I am back.
That's
I'm
your
back.
logo,
I'm back. I'm
right?
back. IW is about to get stopped out. On the verge of getting stopped on IW. Nice bounce off that BOG. We grab first shift's lows. Nice bounce off those lows. Reclaim that daily open. You don't caught that bounce or calls back the upside. It's going to be a matter of can we close back above this territory, this key zone, as the VIX goes south. Okay. We get a reclaim on SPY. VIX continues to head towards that 24. We'll be there. After that grab, nice little bounce off those lows. So nice bounce off those lows. Okay, stop out there at IWM. Okay, but for about 40, 45% IWM. Okay, now if SPY is headed to the upside, I want to see if we can hold above this key zone. So no luck on IWM today. IWM crossing back above that stop on both sides. So I want to see if we can hold above this key zone. Okay, so do we have enough after the grab of those lows for us to continue to accelerate back towards that VWAP territory? Everything's starting to bounce on the 15. We're right at VWAP, or right at that PMH on SPY. And you don't catch that bounce. Nice engulfing candle on the 5 as well. Okay, so you can come back, retest this territory. In this case, we need the VIX to continue to head towards 24. Has a little bit of room to go. Has some room to continue to go. Has some room to continue to go. Okay. Okay. VWAP. See if you can hold up VWAP. See if you can hold above VWAP. $3 profit taken SPX calls. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we're right at this critical point. Critical point meaning key zone. We swept these lows. We're basically back at the midpoint. Okay, midpoint of the day. We have VWAP right there. That 15 is at that weekly POC. After bouncing off of that initial support, see if you can stay above the support of this resistance turn support after the break. It looks like a nice little retest. See if you can at least hold above key zone. Dip into key zone. I'll be there to ride it back into this breaker. This breaker is valid. That breaker is valid 669.76 until 11:30. So we still have some time behind it. We still have some time behind it. Okay, I want that hold above VWAP, about a 34-cent risk, back into breaker. Qs are at VWAP as well. Looks like it's taken off. Come back just a little bit Just a little bit into it. And you want to take that key zone reclaim. See if we can come back into it. Minute, 1 minute left on that 15 minute. 1 minute left on that 15 minute. Is anyone looking at this for a 50-50? Ooh. 50-50 is right there as well. $50-50 is right there as well. That bounce took place quickly. See if we can look how quick that was. Right, didn't even take any time. You see how quick that was? That takes sniper skills. That was a very quick drop. So this pivotal, the 50-50 is right there as well. If you caught this, if you caught that nice little bounce right there, it happened so quick, right? What a sniper, right? Because now that's exactly what they were looking for. Okay, so you're in position for that break. Now you're in position for that break once again. Okay, in position for that break once again. See if that signal can hold. Fully print. This entry, you can target those highs. And then now with the runner, see if there's some more behind that moving to 670. Nice retest of that break. Looking at the 670s. You might have to pay a premium for them. Now the VIX is right at that 24. Slice right through 24. We'll be there for it. Okay, I want to see if we can reclaim that. If we can start to reclaim wick, I'll take it back up into 670 for our second trade on SPY. A little down, who knows? We'll see. We'll see what does take place. This bounce, again, catch this bounce, you're in great position. If it comes back into it, I don't mind re-entertaining it. All right, but I want to see us slice right through 24, slice and dice through 24. That's going to give me confidence for that continued push. Okay, we're bouncing off 24 here. Bouncing off 24. If we bounce off 24, we have a chance of getting back into this territory, this key zone for a second time. If we can do that, I will be there for it. Just need that price action combo. If it breaks down, that means we break back below the 50-50, and it means it slides back to the downside. So I want to engage in that area. But look how sneaky this grab was at first shift's lows. Grabs it, immediate push. Immediate push. Immediate push. Either give me a reclaim or come into this territory. VWAP is right there. I want to see a nice hammer with some follow through. Nice bounce off that 9 on the 5. I want that VIX to get a little weaker off that 24. If we can slice through 24, we'll be in the clear. Slice through 24, we'll be in the clear back to the upside. So again, I have the weakest filter. Weakest filter on, right? So if I say, put the strong filter on. Right, it's not even going to give you that signal. It's going to give you the highest filter. So everything is back above that daily open. VWAP is right there. Okay, we're starting to bounce off that 24. Someone said the president might be talking, so let me pull that up just in case. Just in case. Want to see a price action combo off there. That's bullish, and I want to see the VIX get back to 24. If it can't do that, then we fall back below it. Okay, here the president will be speaking here at 11:45. Okay, so 11:45, president will be speaking at Kennedy Center. So we'll have that coverage for you as well. Nice hammer. Give me a nice hammer. Only issue is that VIX is starting to wake up. So if you're short already, you don't want to see a hammer. Okay, you don't want to see a hammer if you're short already. Any buyers? Going once, going twice. VIX picking up some speed. Runner stop out 10%. Good. I want the gap fill. Up 15% on puts right now. Beautiful. Should be up now, maybe 25% on that nice little drop. If we can get a hammer off that, get back above those highs, VIX starts to cool off. I'll be there. POC 668.48. 668.48. We're coming into the jaws of that buy block inefficiency here. If we slice right through that with minimal hesitation, that's just an indictment on the amount of weakness there is there. Okay. So that 50-50. Nifty 50. Held up. That 50-50 held up. Okay, let's see if we get some sort of hammer here. Hammer, we'll go hammer time. Looking at the 670s. Tweezer bottom would be great. Okay, I'll take it right there. Okay, I'm in the calls. Wanted to see a break above those highs. Okay, if we break below these lows, I'll give it about 10-15%. We can't hold this inefficiency. We get into the jaws, we fall back below 649.48, then we'll get stopped out. See if the VIX can start turning around in our favor. If not, we'll get stopped out. So last line in the sand, 668.48. 668.48. 668.48 was the one. This one we missed. This one I missed. This one we'll take this one. Down 9. See if buyers can start stepping in here. If we can take out those highs, that'd be great. What I'm looking for is a hammer on the 5. If you're waiting for that hammer on the 5, you're being a little more patient. See if you can get that hammer on the 5. Get back above PMH 669.04. Okay, I want to see the VIX start dying down here. Losing some strength, losing some speed to the upside. And I want to see us start pushing here back to the upside, try to reclaim that key zone. If we fail to reclaim, we fail to hold this inefficiency, we fail to hold that POC, then the slide takes us into those lows. All right, so on validation marker, the sell-off continues. The 15 still showing sells. 5 still showing sells. All right, but there's an early entry. Okay, nice push. Okay, we get some follow through behind it. I want us candle over candle now. Candle over candle. I want us to hold this key zone now. Okay. I'm looking for double-digit TP. As we push back into VWAP, getting close to VWAP right there, 669.17 territory. I want to see some follow through behind that. If you did take that, manage accordingly. On the upside, on the downside, right? Your risk and your reward. Okay, I want to see the VIX stay below 24.10. 24.19, I should say. Stay below 24.19. Okay, up 10. I'm going to take a majority off right there. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to use this key zone as my NC. No close back below that. See if that continued push. Beautiful, 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 guys. Okay. I already TP'd at double digits. See if we get that continued push. No close back below key zone. See if we can hold above VWAP. Hold above VWAP would be great. So unlike the set and forget, this is a scalp. Okay, so see if we can hold that key zone. If we can't hold that key zone, if we fall back below this, close back below this key zone, then I'll close out. Okay. So see if I can see it through just a little bit, right? No close back below this inefficiency. No close back below this level here. I'll give runners a little more room to breathe. If we close back below 668.72, then we'll walk away. Okay, we'll walk away. We're seeing a lot of chop back and forth. The VIX starting to pick back up. Okay, we'll close runners right there at about 5-6%. Okay, so quick scalp to the upside for 10. Runners can get going and then close out there. All right, so in this case, if we can get that continued push above that level, we'd be good to go. And VIX is picking back up to the upside. All right, so that was the last trade here. So both trades on SPY worked in our favor. IW, a couple of stop outs. Yeah, so the president will be speaking here in a minute. So any minute now. So 11:45, the market might be just on standby until he takes the mic. And from that point on, anything can happen. So in the meantime, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. Progress day today. Have a blessed day, everyone. Thank you. Absolutely, Tujin. Problem with connection and computer, so I'm logging off. Up 15%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Are you still babysitting those extreme? Are you still babysitting those? Today starts a mini up 4-day cycle. If you can't believe that, on the higher time frame or lower time frame, Brian Marquez. Buy stop back up. Can't think. It's killing me. Inverse cup and handle. 1 minute. I can see that inverse cup and handle. Possibly that cup, top of the cup here if it gets into those lows. possibly brewing. For us to continue to sell, we're gonna have to break below. We're gonna have to break below this buy block inefficiency here. Okay, so that's what's really stopping the sellers from going any further. Is this 668.90, 668.47? If we can get past that point, right, we have a little more room to sell. But buyers are protecting it here, right? Not to the extent where they can push it back above shift highs, but just to the extent to give it a nice little pop back to the upside. Okay, so in the meantime, we're basically tug of war here, right? Tug of war between buyers and sellers, no real decision at this particular time. Okay. Anyone babysitting those calls? If you're babysitting those calls, probably are back to being green here. Already TP'd. They stopped out on the runners, but now starting to go. The VIX is starting to push nicely. So there you go. If you took the calls there, $sign in the chat. We'll be on standby until 11:45. All right, so this is range trading. Okay, you see profit, take profit. You see profit, take profit. So that inefficiency is holding up. So if you're not familiar with the terminology, guys, make sure to go over the book. Okay, the ebook is available with your membership. Okay. So the ebook right here, all the terminology, right, is in here. Okay, so go over that, guys, for the ones who did join the community recently. Go over that terminology, and that will tremendously help you. If you took that last trade here, last idea for the calls, put a $sign in the chat. Are you going to are you going to play the press when the president is speaking? Probably not. Just sit back and watch, right? So who's done for the day? If you're done for the day, put done in the chat. Might have one more left in the tank on SPY. IWM, just a couple of stop outs there at IW. Couldn't really get going there. So with IW, playing it kind of like a lotto, trying to see if you can hit that target or get stopped out. Both got stopped out, and SPY, bread and butter, just you do the usual activity. Okay, so as it continues to chop, guys, if you see profit, take profit. Looks like we're on standby here. Let's go zoom out just to the game plan chart real quick. Context is key. Where are we? All right, so far what we got is this. We saw a nice little bound. We saw a nice little push in the pre-market, right? Nice little push in the pre-market after we found a home in this 661.10, 664.03. We had that continued acceleration out that territory, opening up at 50 MA was in our sight, and of course to see if we can get above it, continue to accelerate, get below it, continue to pull that to the downside. So coming into the day, we're essentially saying, hey, you know what? Scenario is be prepared either way. Prepared either way. In our case, right? So we took it to the upside on a SPY one. We'll continue to push here from this point into that rejection zone. Comes into rejection zone, starts to slide, and now we're basically back. We're basically back to where we started. All right, so we're basically back to where we started. So SPY essentially is just chasing its tail. That's all it's doing right now, right? It's just running in circles. So it's going to come down to this key zone. Can this key zone hold, or does this key zone fold? Put in the chat. Key zone hold or key zone fold. Let us know. Okay, we did cross above 3,800 subs, guys. Let's see if we can get to 3,850. 3,850. The goal this month is to get to 4K subs. There's only one way we're going to hit that goal, and that's through your support. All right, so again, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure your notifications are on. Okay. Make sure all those things are turned on so you don't miss the next move. Two green, beautiful, beautiful. The IWM was the only one that I ventured into IW today. Didn't work. But SPY's been relatively clean, guys. It gave us that nice push. That, of course, if you're paying attention to this pattern, all right, it starts to break down. If you play patterns, this breakdown is available. Multiple bounce and a slide there. That first shift grab is there. So we took 2 trades on SPY. Okay, this one was runner start to run on this trade. This one runners couldn't catch a break. All right. So this is a quick scalp here. Okay, so if you're still in that, if you're still within your risk threshold, I'll manage accordingly. It is coming back into that breaker, which is at 669.76. $669.76. So you could basically think of it like this. All right, nice little target the breaker, and then if it gets above breaker, we have 670, and then see if those runners can really start to go. And this can turn to another setup because there's another setup potentially brewing up here if we can hold above that 669.76 aggressively and invalidate this double top. So if we get a breakout, there is room for us to break, but coming into it, it is somewhat of resistance. Okay. See that buy block inefficiency holding up? I got out with profit. Beautiful job, Wayne. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. We have 200 plus people tuning in. We have a lot of first-time viewers. So let us know where you're joining from. Don't be shy. The ones who've been tuning in for quite some time, take the next steps, guys. Join our community to access the delay-free, ad-free stream. There is 10 extra spots. I open up 10 extra spots for the rest of the month. In April, we're only doing 15 spots every month, okay? So 15 spots every month. So make sure to jump in the community. If you have any questions, make sure to put your questions in the chat. We're going to see what the Commander-in-Chief has to say. That's at 11:45. We'll have that coverage for you. We'll have the commentary as well. And we'll see if there's another trade available. Okay. Babysitting but trimmed. Good. All right, the trade is working out. Just taking some time to work out, but it's working out. This is day 2 for me. This is from Illinois. Welcome. HHPPC CVD to 2663. So let us know where you're joining from. We have Illinois. If you're joining outside the U.S., what country? So we still haven't had anyone joining us from, I think we had Africa already. So we haven't had anyone. I think we had every continent so far. We haven't had South. We haven't had the South American, Central American countries yet. So let's see. Let us know where you're joining from, and let me know how you found our stream as well. So again, Florida. We got Florida. We have a lot of Floridians in our chat, in our group. Welcome, Sebastian. This guy's about to hit TP here. Pennsylvania. Day 1 from Arkansas. Welcome. Welcome, Wayne. I did drive. One time I drove from North Carolina all the way to Toronto. So when I did drive through there, I drove through Pennsylvania. There's a couple of routes you can take, but that's the route I took. Texas, DC metro area. Day 1, welcome. No, 1 minute time frame here. 1 minute time frame. We got Florida. Welcome to Florida. Maybe I could have just gave the runners a little room to breathe. But coming into it, I was looking for that scalp. But you guys see, right, that key zone is where they drew the line. That coincides with that PMH. That coincides with that buy block inefficiency. that coincides with just slightly above that POC. So lots and lots of things in that area. Now we're above that 670. We're above that 670. We're above that breaker once again. The call trigger. But the main thing is we did grab these lows. So this was a very sneaky, quick grab. Right? If you saw it, you saw it. Right? It's a very sneaky, quick grab, and it's significant. See how sneaky and quick that was. Right? Week 3, Cali. Welcome, Cowboy. I got married in North Carolina, Topsail Island. Congrats. Do we have anyone from the more people from the South? Any Southerners or Midwest on YouTube? NC, we got another NC. Asheville, taking $3 profit in SPX per contract. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So this is the last idea here. Strikers, anyone have that? Anyone took that last one here? Strikers. Granny, you have to sit through a little back and forth. Not any significant drawdown. Anyone else from NC? Or South Carolina? North Carolina or South Carolina? We will do a giveaway, guys. We will do a giveaway. We'll do the giveaway at 11:30. So start putting your names in the chat at 11:30. And then after 11:30, we'll do the giveaway at 11:45. So we'll give it about 15 minutes to put your names in the chat. We got Tampa, Florida. We got South Texas. Tampa, Florida as well. For Firefly. How are we doing today, Firefly? Are we in the green today? If you are, tremendous job. So that's back-to-back days. Good, good, good. Base hits. And good on you last week to take that day off. Take that day off to come back and then close out the week. All right, so just don't worry too much about the amount. Just continue to get the momentum in your favor. Momentum is a real, real thing. To the downside and the upside. All right, so momentum to the downside, meaning you just can't stop sliding. Right, you have to do something to break the momentum. If it means don't trade for a day, if it means just skip a couple of days, anything to break the momentum to the downside. But when the momentum starts going to the upside, it starts little by little by little by little. And then you start finding your groove. So green, good, good, good. So a tremendous job. We got South Carolina. We got Maine. We got NC as well. Who's excited for March Madness? Do we have any March Madness college basketball fans? When does that start? That starts, pretty sure it starts soon. We got Florida. Okay, I'll start collecting the names for the giveaway, guys. 11:45 and about we got 15 to 20 minutes from now. We have the president scheduled to speak. What is it pertaining? Candy Center board 11:45. But again, anything can happen, right? From the standpoint of he can bring up anything. All right. So even though he can be talking about a certain topic or addressing a certain crowd, right? He's likely to say anything. All right. So again, be on standby until then. If you're done for the day, tremendous job. 1 down, 4 to go. Oh, Blue Devils. It's always about the pack. It's always about the wolf pack. I don't know, Mimi. The team does look good this year, though. They do look good. But you saw how aggressive. You saw how aggressively we reclaimed that daily open. That is not only a daily open; it's also a weekly open. I don't know if the pack can make it all the way as far as they made it. That was a couple years ago. I mean, now the tournament, they're going to add every school in the tournament now. It keeps getting larger. We see the nature of college sports, right? Before you know it, it's going to be like 256 teams. Right? Very similar to if we have any college football fans. If you recall, right, it used to be the team with the best season. That was it. You won. And then they had the championship game. And then it went from 2 teams to 4 teams, 4 teams to 8 teams, 8 teams to 16 teams. I'm in the Asheville area, NC State. NVIDIA is on the clock from the standpoint of course, GTC conference. I believe Jensen will be speaking this afternoon at 2 p.m. All right, so NVIDIA hasn't been doing much. Let's take a look at some individual names here. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. Uber looking to potentially set up again to the upside. Walmart, some puts for scalps, didn't hit target. Same as Palantir. Amazon, eBay, Dollar General, Shopify, scale out there. Shopify, nice bounce off that support. It was sitting at a critical support. I was looking for maybe a continued break of that support if the market sold off. If we take a look at some individual names here. SNDK, guys, 8%. 3 opportunities, scale out. About to hit TP. Netflix, keep a close eye on SPY here. Scale out on Netflix, right? ExxonMobil hits TP. Scale out on TP. Walmart. Okay, stops out there. Apple hits TP. Google. Yeah, he'll be speaking at 11:45. Mixon. Palantir. Okay, multiple scalps to the downside. Hits TP. All right, so if you don't like this risk reward box, you can take it off. So it's very customizable. Okay, if that's kind of blocking your view, you can just say, hey, you know what? Take it off. Okay. Risk reward overlay. You can take it off. You got to make your risk aggressive. You want to go to 2 TPs, right? So risking 2 to make 4. That's what it will look like. So it's very customizable. Okay. What else is moving? Robin is up 2%. So it looks like the 2 names in the semiconductors that are really moving is MU MU and SNDK. MU and SNDK carrying the whole semiconductor space. The only reason why MU is benefiting is because of a gap up. Look at that gap up on MU, guys. There's an astronomical gap up. AMD. Okay, AMD scale out, gets above dead upside breaker. TSM up 1% as well. NVIDIA's up 2% primarily because of that gap up. Okay, so that should bring us up to speed. Anyone still babysitting SPY calls? If you're babysitting those SPY calls, you're probably up. To give you some context, those contracts out there were at 107. Okay, we had them at 107. They're currently at 160. So they're up close to 50, 60 bucks per contract, give or take your entry. Okay. Give or take your entry, they're up 60 bucks. All right, let me start collecting the names, guys, for the giveaway. Okay, so start putting your names in the chat. In the meantime, while I collect names, just take a listen to Bill Gurley on AI and labor markets.
Or the tractor for the farmer. You wouldn't go try and compete with a modern day farmer with a plow and a donkey. so like, just get on board. It's time to get on board. This stuff's fascinating.
How about, can we get you on software disruption and whether or not these terminal values are at risk?
Yeah, I mean, look, we had really high multiples for a very, very long time, starting with ZERP. And then SaaS became this category that everyone believed was kind of different than everything else. And so you have, massive multiples. And then you have the whole EBITDA craze, which I've spoken out against, stock-based comps just too high as a percentage. We shouldn't be
Strikers,
using
if you want to be
adjusted
part of the
EBITDA.
giveaway, put your names in. If you do win, you get the advanced boot camp. And if you have won the most recent giveaway, make sure to send me a DM as a reminder. The advanced boot camp will be coming up, okay, in Q2. Q2 after April. We're shooting for mid-April for the advanced boot camp, or late April. We'll still have to schedule that, so just keep that in mind. So if you are interested in winning a ticket, okay, I got Nita from Google Meets, and I have Lorraine. Let me check our Discord as well. I'm really excited to see the Capital One commercials during the tournament. Green today, beautiful job, Beverly. Firefly, got you. Folks on YouTube, continue to put your names in the chat. Let me just get everyone in our Discord first, but everyone is eligible. We got Turbo, we got Firefly. Anyone else? Okay, I'm just copy that. We got Sebastian. Anyone else in the Spy Strikers on Google Meets? So to get added, you have to put your name in. And if you do win, guys, make sure to send me a message. And if you won previously, meaning during the time we're doing these round of giveaways, just send me a reminder to make sure I add you to the boot camp. Okay. So now let's get to the folks on YouTube. Let me take a look. Okay, BG, got you, BG. We got Gene. Okay, we got Dr. J. We'll go with Dr. J. Dr. J. All right, so let me get caught up on YouTube. Okay. So I'm going to start off all the way back at... So I got Lisi, if I'm not mistaken. Lisi. We got Wayne. We got Brian B. We got Sebastian. I think that's the same. Is that the same Sebastian in our group? Not sure. So let me know if that's you, or if that's a different one. So we're gonna have to make a distinction between the two Sebastians. All right, so this would be Sebastian on YouTube. Sebastian on YouTube. We got Cal. We got Mimi. We got Bobby. We got Janish. We got Sweet. We got Chuck L. We got Joe P. Okay, what do we got? We got Ramos. Ramosa. We got Suki. We got Anna. We got Mercy. We got Wayne. So I'm getting caught up, guys, so I'll get everyone. We got Brandon J. We got Toonsy. We got Andrew or Andre W. We got Janish. Do we have that already? I think we got that already. We got SPX. SPX. We got only one Sebastian. Okay, cool. No worries. All right. So that's what we got so far. So if you hear your name, you're already on the list. Nita, Lorraine, Firefly, Turbo, Sebastian, BG, Gene, Dr. J, Lisi, Wayne, Brian B, Sebastian. One Sebastian, okay. Cal, Mimi, Bobby, Janash, Sweet, Chuck L, Joe P, Ramosa, Suki, Anna, Mercy, Wayne, Brandon J, Toonsy, Andre, SPX. Okay, so if you've heard your name, I've got you. If you want to be a part of the giveaway, you have 5 minutes to add your name to the list, and we will spin the wheel at 11:45. Okay, we'll spin the wheel at 11:45. And what is the giveaway for? The giveaway for is, okay, I am revamping our site. So again, that's under construction. The giveaway for is the course. Okay. So for the course bundle, Shockwave 15 course plus the Get In Start Day Trading course. So the last bootcamp record, that's what it's for. Okay. That's what it's for. And if you do want to join our community, guys, if you want to join our community, make sure to take advantage. We have the community, the coaching, the course is all available. But the way you do it is you go to the course, the community tab, and then once you click that, you join. If you want to see the features, go to the community tab right here, up here. Okay, and that leads you right to the two options. All right, so SPY Strikers, 1 ticker, 1 hour, 1 consistent result. Apex Plan gets you everything, full access to the Discord, live trading and training, screen share, pre-market prep stream, extended live trading coverage, high win rate ideas, options trading beginners course, 2,000 plus hours of trading video, my ebook, 24/7 stock market newsfeed, automated technicals and watch list, day trade, swing trade setups, serious supportive trading community, expanding tools and resources, of course, and use the code TRIAL30 or 20% off. Okay, there's 10 spots left. That's it. We're going to fill it up for March. Next month, we have the price increase coming. Yearly bundle, take advantage as well. 1 payment, 12-month access, 4 months free, bonus coaching call, and a boot camp ticket. All right, so $50, $399. All right, very straightforward pricing. If you want to take advantage of the trial 30. All right, so that saves you 20%. Make sure to take advantage of that. All right, so that's the way you do join, and the link is pinned to the chat. Okay, so more of the tabs on our site will be coming. I'm just revamping our site a little bit. All right, so it's under construction. So be on the lookout for that. All right, so again, nice push to the upside. We'll make a nice push. We got above 670, got back below it. Now it's officially third shift. We took out second shift's highs here. Once we took out second shift's highs, we'd start to slide to the downside. So it looks like the market is on hold until the president takes the stage. Okay, so it's officially third shift, okay? Second shift, we took one trade. Nice little scalp the upside, 10% pop, stopped out on runners. If you decide to hold it a little longer, right, it hit target. It hit multiple targets. Okay? Multiple targets. All right, in 2 minutes, we'll do the giveaway. 2 minutes. We got Sam. If mine hits, give it to the other Wayne. I have to walk away for a minute. Oh, is there 2 Waynes? Okay. Let's get to 150 likes, guys. 150 likes. If we get 150 likes in the next 2 minutes, we can do it. We're more than capable of doing it. We have 200 plus people joining us this morning. We'll do 2 giveaways, 200 likes every. If we get to 200 likes, then we'll do 3 giveaways, okay? So if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to do so. And we're just on standby for Commander-in-Chief. All right, that should be 11:45. So what is the over-under? Is he going to start at 11:45, before 11:45, well past 11:45, 12 o'clock? We'll see. We got some footage here. Economic calendar, impact on Iran war. Okay. We'll see how that plays out. Okay, now we're just chopping around within that hourly range, guys. Hourly range, we're inside on the hourly. If we include the extended trading hours price, okay, extended trading hours price. Let me show you here. Meaning we take into consideration post-market and pre-market. Right, you can see we're within that hourly candles range. So inside, don't decide. Inside, don't decide. Right, just kind of just chopping around. Okay, so let's see if we can at least break at that hourly range. The 4-hour candle, we already expanded on the 4-hour candle. So this is the 4-hour range. So despite that nice little push up, guys, we're still within Friday's range. We are still within Friday's range. Okay, we are still within Friday's range. Somewhat of a head and shoulder-ish type of formation here. If that 669.76 fails to hold and we don't make any new highs, you guys see it? Left, head, right. Okay, see if that neckline can hold, if that support holds. So if we fold, we can see a slide back to key zone, PMH type of territory, PMH territory. If we bounce off this, take out those highs, then it becomes invalidated. All right, so giveaway time. Giveaway time. All right, so you can put Wayne. Okay, Wayne, I got you, Wayne. Wayne, I got Wayne. We got Evan. We got Toonsy. Okay, we got Jay. We got taking SPX calls here. Is the market setting up for a nosedive? It could be. I mean, nosedive on the intraday, nosedive on the bigger picture time frame. Nosedive just depends, right? Depends on which time frame, which time horizon. You want to see that nosedive. It did take a nosedive intraday. Once it broke back below this target, once it broke back below that target, off that initial target we took price into, that 670.80. Once it broke below, it took a nice nosedive all the way to the lows of the day. Right, but bigger picture, this nosedive, if we zoom out on the bigger time frame, this nosedive is insignificant. Right? Okay, Arnie. Okay, I got you, Arnie. I got you, Sweet. Some people swing 675 called before tomorrow. Just hard to say. Might take a move later. Yeah, if you're looking for the swings, the best time to get the swings, right, is, I would say most of the time, is to look for it during power hour. Because now you can take the swings early in the morning, but that entire day, right, unless it hits your TP that entire day, you're losing premium. So if you let the premium get drained and then revisit that same idea, revisit that same contracts, more than likely that contract is cheaper, right? More than likely the contract is cheaper. All right, so that's a great time to look for those swings. All right, so giveaway. Let's do it. For 40 SPY calls at 171. Okay, if this can hold that support, that'd be great. All right, see if you can exceed that 670.31. All right, to invalidate that right shoulder, if it stalls at 670.31, gets back into this neckline, which is that key level 669.76. It doesn't hold there. We can see a slide back to key zone. Okay, so we'll pay close attention to that. So let's spin the wheel here. Let's spin the wheel. Yes, I'm on the 1 minute. I'm on the 1 minute. This is the 1 minute chart on SPY. We have the 5 minute top right. We have the 15 minute center right. We have the hourly right here. And we have the VIX at the very bottom. Okay, we have the VIX at the very bottom. Okay, so giveaway time, guys. Let's spin the wheel. Let's spin the wheel. Let's spin the wheel. Let's spin the wheel. Okay, so one giveaway up until now. We'll do one giveaway. And then at 150, we'll do another one. At 200, we'll do another one. So we'll continue to do it throughout the day. And when you do win the giveaway, if you do win the giveaway, make sure to send me a DM in WAP or send me a DM in the free tier Discord. I will send a message in the chat saying congratulations, blank, whoever the winners are or the winner is, along with that link. All right, so send me a DM. The keyword is, again, you have to send me your name and the keyword. The keyword is Monday. Monday is the keyword, okay? Strikers, if you win, just send me a DM through Discord. All right? So first winner is, do we have last minute entries? So I got you Toonsy right there. Suda. Suda got you there. Let me check Google Meets one more time. Okay, we're starting to speed up to the downside. Starting to speed up to the downside on the 5. Okay. Let's go back to SPY real quick. I want to see that. All right, you can see that. Nice little break, head and shoulder. Okay, nice little head and shoulder there. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Couldn't exceed those highs there. We start to break back below 670. See if it resets us and gets us back into this key zone. Gets us back into key zone. That means we're basically back very close to where we started. Very close to where we started. If we stretch out the key zone slightly, just adjust it. Okay, this is what it looks like. That key zone might even be the magnet of the day. All right. So a nice little slide. Okay. Let's do the giveaway here. All right. First winner. First winner is. Okay, we got one more entry. All right. One more entry. MYM. Can't sell that fast. At least the selling is still holding. Okay. So first winner is. Winner is. Okay. Arnie. ARNY. Okay. So congratulations. Congratulations. I'll send you the link. Make sure to send me the keyword, your name and the keyword Monday. I'll drop the link to the free tier Discord. Okay, here's the link here. Let me get the link real quick. All right, starting to speed up here. We're back to VWAP. VWAP is right there as well. Okay, we're back to VWAP here. Let's take a listen.
regulatory and legislative process, things won't move as quickly, and you have markets outperform about 20% over other scenarios.
Yeah, we do like to say the markets do love some gridlock. Monica, appreciate it very much. Good discussion. Monica Guerra over at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. When we come back, the only number that some are arguing really matters at NVIDIA's GTC today. We're live on the ground in San Jose when Money Movers comes right back.
Okay, nice head and shoulder there. Nice breakdown. Anyone riding that? Nice breakdown there if you trade head and shoulders. Nice breakdown, nice breakdown, nice breakdown. Let me send you the link. Arnie, congratulations. You're the first winner of the day. So again, make sure to send me the DM and use the code word Monday. Send me the DM, use the code word Monday. All right, so this gets above 670. We take out second shift highs. We get that impulsive push, nice bounce. So that's a legitimate bounce back to the upside for a quick scalp. Not enough for that continued push. The fact that bounce couldn't make those higher highs, and it just made relative equal highs in this territory, kind of matching that nice right shoulder forecast. We come back at the neckline. Support fails to hold. We slide right into this level right here. That's 669.25 territory. Okay, now we're back below VWAP. The merch store is not gone. I'm just revamping the site. Right, I'm revamping the site without taking the site down. So merch store is still available. Should be available in the comments, or should be available through the channel. Yeah, the merch is that mug is very popular. Okay, so the stat is increase your performance by 20 to 40% when you purchase the Power Up mug. All right, here we go. All right, stand by. Let's take down CNBC, and let's focus here. Okay, I don't want to get copyright over that music, so we'll wait. So this would be the official time. All right, so some predictions in the chat. All right, are we going to make a session high or a session low? Okay, during the time Commander-in-Chief starts talking. When is St. Patty's Day? Exactly. I know that's coming up. Okay, so 3/17. Oh, tomorrow. Okay. Okay, not yet. He's not speaking yet. Okay, in NQ short 224.70, so 726 entry point, expecting a sharp pullback to the downside. Okay. So, what are we thinking, guys? What are we thinking? Folks in the chat. Do we pump all the way into session highs, or do we drop all the way into session lows? All right. During the comments from the Commander-in-Chief. Initially, we get that nice little drop into this territory. We come into key zone. We get that initial pop. All right. So these are all scalpable. But the question is, do you want to continuously put risk on? Okay. You want to continuously put that risk on. So the area where buyers are looking to pick this thing back up is this key zone. All right. So this is obviously demand. Right. So we can see this demand. So in the case where this is no longer demand, that's when we get that full breakdown to the lows. Or in the case where supply outweighs the demand in this area. So in other words, this is support until proven otherwise. All right, so we get sell-offs back into this territory. If we can finally penetrate through this key zone, all right, that opens up the door for us to push into those lows. Okay. So this is the critical battleground right here. Critical battleground. So, okay, the president is not there yet. We'll keep a close eye. All right, it's starting to speed up. Look at the VIX. VIX is above 24. VIX is rocking and rolling. VIX is rocking and rolling. VIX is rocking and rolling. We're about 9 likes away from 150. Let's smash 150 so we can do a giveaway at 12:30. If we can get to 200 likes by then, we will do 2 giveaways. All right, again, guys, hopefully you guys are finding value from the stream. The whole point of the stream is to make it as educational and valuable as possible. Okay, so if you're finding value, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. I'm thinking 1D, I woke up minus 800 from the weekend, put swings, clawed back to break even. Beautiful, beautiful. I'm thinking of letting 1DTEs ride. The 1DTEs, you might be in good position, Sancho. Right, our most recent interaction with that rejection area here. Right, that rejection area turned out nicely. Right, so as long as we don't break past this and start to get momentum above here, more than likely we're going to stay where we are, or start seeking these lows of the day, and if we can get below those lows, start seeking these lows down here. Okay. Daily open. Daily open is up for grabs, 668.41. So IWM fell below daily open, the first one to fall. First one to fall back below daily open is IWM. SPY is the closest one to daily open. The Dow's only 8 cents away from a daily open. SPY is 14 cents away. The Qs are 55 cents away from daily open. So again, let's see if they can simultaneously break. IWM has been the first one to do everything. All right, for the first one to lead to the upside, to the downside, and also the first one to bleed. All right, first one to lead, first one to bleed on IW. So we're breaking below this key zone. All right, we slice right through that with minimal hesitation. See if we fall back below 668.41. Daily open bounce once again. Daily open bounce once again. Let's take a look. Okay. Okay, it looks like we're bouncing off that daily open. Qs are sitting right at VWAP and right slightly below PMH. 679 is PMH. Do we get back into the jaws of this key zone and recapture it? Time and sales starting to speed up. See if buyers can stack on top of that candle. Okay. See if they can stack on top of that candle. See if IWM can cross back into the green. Cross back into the green. Okay, we're officially at 150 likes, so we will do another giveaway at 12:30. Okay, we will do another giveaway at 12:30. Arnie, make sure to send me a DM. You were the first winner of the day, first winner of the week. First winner of the day, first winner of the week. Okay. See if that continue to push. PMH is right there. PMH is right at that 669.04. 669.04 right there. We are below view up on SPY. We are below view up on SPY. That last line of send, of course, is that we're in the jaws as buy block and efficiency. We did bounce off that POC. All right, see if that POC can hold. If that POC fails to hold, that closely coincides with the daily open as well. POC 668.48. The daily open is 668.41. So about 7 cent difference. So they're basically at the same level there. So POC is that last line of defense. If the bears can take over POC, daily open, lows of the day incoming. So does anyone see more upside for the day? I see it week after Friday, I believe. Freak out FOMC is a reason. Looks like it is. Yeah, it looks more maybe an inverse cup and handle type of situation on the 1 minute. Could be brewing. We did take out those highs, right? See if gravitate towards these lows. Gravitate towards these lows. Right. Now VIX continues to push. How do you do that? No worries. Just scroll up. I did drop the link right there. Okay, so make sure to use that link to jump into the free tier Discord, or to jump into WAP and send me a DM in there. All right. Again, I don't want people to send their emails on YouTube chat. We do have 240 plus people joining us, and I don't want your email or your personal information to be used. So, and there's no the free tier Discord is completely for free. You don't have to put a credit card information in. You can even use an alias if you want. That's completely up to you. All right, so no strings attached. All right, let's jump over to the 5 real quick. See if we're getting some consecutive candles going here. All right, so we have a nice little flow last 10 minutes. All right. So somewhat of a nice push up, pull down, push up, pull down. All right, didn't pull all the way down. So if we're just projecting, this would be the projection for us to fulfill that nice M pattern. And that nice M pattern, that'll be the projection. Okay, what is it? As long as we stay below that key zone that we discussed and that PMH. When I subscribe, we're going to share the SAT indicator. So the SAT indicator would be available for purchase, right? That does not come with your Discord, but if you're in the Discord, you will have a discount, significant discount for the indicator. Okay. So it won't come with the Shockwave 15 indicator, but I will make this indicator available in Discord. You see this indicator, the key level indicator? This will be available to you. All right. So what I'm looking to do is only use indicators I create. Okay, I don't want to use any other indicators. Okay, so again, this one will be available in the Discord. This gives you the key levels I look for every single day. All right, it gives you this indicator is very, very powerful. It tells you what the daily open is, how far we're from the daily open, the weekly open, the pre-market high, pre-market low, the daily upside breaker, daily 50% retrace, daily downside breaker, weekly upside breaker, weekly 50% retrace, weekly downside breaker, SPY's opening price, Q's opening price, Dow's opening price, IWM's opening price, and to the left, the current price, how far away we are from that particular level. All right, so this is a great indicator that will be available with your membership starting in April. Okay, so this will be available, but the Shockwave 15 will be won't come with your plan. Okay, let me know if that answers your question. So continuous gravitation back towards daily open. How many interactions so far? First interaction we come into it, of course, that's the open. Quick acceleration. We fall below it, buyer step in, get back above it, aggressive push. We fall below it. Do we rinse and repeat that same cycle back to the upside? Again, we're still on standby, guys. We're still on standby. Let me make sure this is live. We're still on standby. So no presence yet. Okay, this is 11:45 was the schedule. All right. Maybe fashionably late, make everyone wait. All right, what would be considered fashionably late and just flat out late? All right, what's the line? What's the line in the sand for you guys? The line between fashionably late and just completely late. Always late. If you had to bypass the commercials, delay-free, ad-free stream is available. Okay. Delay-free, ad-free stream is available. That comes with the membership. Make sure that we're not frozen here. All right, look at that. Daily open, buyers step back in. Back and forth, forth and back and forth, forth and back. Nice push on the Qs, nice push on the Dow. Anyone still trading, guys? 50 and a 200 EMA crossing. On what time frame? 48%. Beautiful job, Extreme. Okay, what time frame are you looking at? Those two time frame, those two, on the 5 or the 15? On the hourly, we're just sitting right at that 50 EMA, right? That was the theme for today. The 50 EMA was a theme for today across all the indexes. So initially we create separation away from it, we come into it, we fall below it, get back above it. We fall into it, we get back above it, right? So continuous gravitation away from 50 EMA. Our last interaction with 50 EMA, right, was very brief. We got above it for about 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, we fall back below it, we never came back to it. Prior to that, our interaction with 50 EMA was a little more complex, right? We get above it, get below it, get above it, get below it. And after that, we get a couple of rejections off it and slide to the downside. So what's happening, unlike Friday, we're getting something similar to this. We're getting something similar to this, okay? Unlike Friday, we're getting something similar to this. If we get that clean separation, it makes life simpler. It makes trading simpler. But the fact that we push away and gravitate back towards it, right, makes it more choppy. Not sure what happened. How do I get support to join the Discord? Just click the link. I can provide the link for you once again if you need it. Okay, still holding 70, down 50%. 171 is all I need. 171, Jose, that needs to push above this green line up here, and so now you need this. Okay, you need this. If we just zoom out just for a second here, we take into consideration bigger picture. All right, what do we have here is we have a low here. Okay, let's just assess the lows and the highs, the major lows and highs. All right, so far, put in the chat on YouTube, we have a high, we have a lower high, we have a low here, right? This is a relative, technically there's a lower low. You can argue, hey, you know what, it's a relatively equal low, but technically it did sweep those as a lower low. So in this current direction, if we don't take out these highs and get that break off of one of these internal key levels to the upside, get that break of that resistance, right? This is a downtrend, right? Just based on the characteristics. Based on the characteristics, right? The only way for us to flip this or break this broader structure is for us to knock out these highs. Internally, you can trade different things, of course, but bigger picture so far, these are the most important highs. So if we can't knock out these highs and we make highs that are lower, and then those highs that are lower lead to a lower low structurally, that continues to confirm that downtrend. So where are we now? We're in the middle. Right in the middle in this key zone. This key zone is basically a magnet. All right, so for us to get back to 671, anything is possible, anything can happen at any time. Right, we're gonna have to break out here. All right, so if we made the argument for a breakout, what's the path we can take to breakout? Okay, what are some scenarios where we can break out? Okay, sufficient number of buyers step in here to propel us. Okay, when we get propelled, okay, we get above 670, so we're making a bull case, and then we get that continued break. We finally get that higher high. Scenario one. Other scenario is, all right, we get buyers to step in off of the support, right, and they drive it back to these highs there, and finally that formation of that initial lower high turns into that higher high. So those are some scenarios. Okay. So in the meantime, we're just smack dab in the middle. So we're still waiting for Commander-in-Chief. Okay. It is lunchtime, so keep that in mind. Lunchtime, the price action starts to slow down. Okay. If you said anything, no, I said if you need support, I can send the link to you once again. If you need the link, all right, I can send you the link once again to join. And once you join, there's a text box where you can send me a DM or join the free tier Discord. If you're still having a hard time, I'll send you the link directly to the Discord. Okay. All right, guys, make sure to do that. We're just on standby here. The cast of Firefly has been announced. Reboot show, animated series. What is it going to be on? I don't think I'm familiar with Firefly. Let me look it up. No, I don't think I've seen it before. Okay. I don't want to get any YouTube copyrights you for anything. All right, just shaking hands and kissing babies. So we'll see. So 12:15 is the official time. All right.
No place like the White House. Do we agree? Right, Mr. Kraft? No place like the White House. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. And we'll maybe discuss a couple of general
All right, let's take a listen.
topics. This is a board meeting for the Trump Kennedy Center, but we'll go into a couple of other things that we have the media present. It's always present, unfortunately, constantly. And I'll say a few words about what's happening in the Middle East. And if you have a couple of questions, we'll do that, and then we'll get on with our board meeting. So thank you very much for being here. We have a wonderful group of very, very smart, talented patriots at this table. Our powerful military campaign to end the threats posed by the Iranian regime continued in full force over the past few days. They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone. Many, many ships have been sunk. They're warfighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them. And anti-aircraft is decimated. Their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. They've been a terror for 47 years, and now I guess the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel, is doing what should have been done many years ago. Should have been done many years ago. Since the beginning of the conflict, we've struck more than 7,000 targets across Iran, and these have been mostly commercial and military targets. We've achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in drone attacks. The missiles.
Give me a thumbs up, guys, if the volume is good on both Discord, on Google Meets, and on YouTube. If the volume is good, just give me a thumbs up.
We've also attacked the manufacturing plants, where the places where they manufacture the missiles and the drones. And that's going on today. We just hit 3 of them today. And it's getting very hard for them to manufacture. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk or destroyed over the last week and a half. That has to be some kind of a record. Additional strikes continue to launch from all directions every single hour. As you know, we attacked Carg Island and knocked it literally, destroyed everything on the island except for the area where the oil is. I call it the pipes. We left the pipes. We didn't want to do that, but we will do that. We can do that on 5 minutes notice. It'll be over. But for purposes of someday rebuilding that country, I guess we did the right thing. But it may not stay that way. Just one simple word and the pipes will be gone too, but it'll take a long time to rebuild that. We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, and ability to rebuild its missiles and drone capability is getting down to close to zero. And we're hammering their capacity to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in. But we don't know that any have even been dropped in. We're not sure that any have been. That's a big negative for them if they do it. It's a form of suicide. But we don't know that they have dropped any in. But we've hit all 30 of their ships and destroyed them. They're all at the bottom of the sea. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait far more than ours. You know, we get less than 1% of our oil from the Strait, and some countries get much more. Japan gets 95%, China gets 90%. Many of the Europeans get quite a bit. South Korea gets 35%. So we want them to come and help us with the Strait. We have it in very good shape. The countries, I said, we've already taken care of Iran, but now, because of the fact that literally a single terrorist can put something in the water or shoot something or shoot a missile, a small missile, and it's fairly close range because it is a tight area, and which is one of the reasons they've always used that as a weapon. Iran has always used that as an economic weapon, and it's not going to be able to be used very long.
Very, very choppy in this area, guys. The hourly candles inside, the 4-hour candles inside as well. So keep that in mind.
Some are, and some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm, it matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers, great soldiers, protecting them from harm's way. And we have done a great job. And when we want to know, do you have any minesweepers? Well, would rather not get involved, sir. I said, you mean for 40 years we're protecting you and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor, very few shots going to be taken because they don't have many shots left. But they said, we'd rather not get involved. I just want the fake news media and everybody else to remember that that was said, because I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries, because I know that we'll protect them. And if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time. Just like I knew about the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago, predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did it. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I watched him be interviewed.
Okay, we're selling off here. VIX starting to pick up some speed.
Get him.
We're selling off here. VIX starting to pick up some speed. We're near the session lows here.
You can even check about a year before the World Trade Center then came down. President Clinton actually had a shot at him and he didn't take it. Unfortunately, I'm not blaming him for that, but he didn't take it. And he ended up knocking down the World Trade Center, but I predicted that too. I predicted a lot of things. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait for blood. I mean, you know, these people literally need it. 95% of their energy or their oil.
Calvin, I do see your comment in the chat. So again, the main chat is in the Discord. The marked chat is right here. That's where most of the people chat. So that's in the Discord. Okay, you have access to that as a member. If you need help, just let me know.
And it's going to be soon triple any other nation. And that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. By the way, the relationship with Venezuela has been fantastic. Millions, literally millions of barrels of oil are being taken out. And it's been a great help. And it's been to their great benefit. The president has done a really good job. We get along with him really well. But we've taken out millions of barrels of oil and brought to Houston and other places for to the refineries. We have refineries set up specifically for that, and it's been a great relationship. And more and more is happening. It's a tremendous oil source, and we're stepping it up very rapidly. The big companies are going in, and they will actually numbers in a pretty short period of time. Numbers that they've never been able to do, we'll be doing. There's a lot of oil under that land. We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to.
We're in the jaws of the gap. We're at the lows of the day. Lows of the day. We continue to break here. See if we can hold below that level.
I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now. So now we're going to get down to the reason. We'll take a couple of questions in a moment, but we're going to get down to the reason we're here today. Actually, this was set up a long time ago. It's the Trump Kennedy Center. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige of this revered institution. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest performing arts facility of its kind anywhere in the world. And I don't know that it ever really reached that stage, but it will over a period of time. We're rebuilding it. It's in very, very bad condition. It's been let. It's been somewhat of a disaster, to be honest with you. It's been
VIX continues to rocket.
It's been let go to hell.
See if the VIX can get above 25.
That's what they've done. They did a poor job. They spent money in the wrong places. They built some theaters underneath that nobody uses, little ones, tiny theaters that cost $300 million, and the money was spent incorrectly, wrong. We're dealing with some networks on the possibility of renting those little theaters. Nobody's going to use them. They want the big halls. The halls are going to be incredible. They're in bad shape, but when they're completed, the bones are potentially something that could be unbelievable. So I want to, before we begin, I want to thank Rick Grinnell. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's been unbelievable. He was the ambassador, as you know, to Germany. There was no happier woman in the world than Angela Merkel. Angela. She called me, thank you, sir, thank you. Although she liked Rick a lot, there was nobody happier that he was no longer going to be the ambassador to Germany. He was difficult for them. He was not your typical ambassador. He was the opposite. He would do.
See if you got to reclaim those lows back the upside. Looking at the 671s for some lottos.
Called intelligence, and something he didn't really want to do, but he did it, and he did it incredibly well. There were a lot of leakers. He found out the leakers, and when he didn't find out who the leaker was in a certain area, he fired everybody. And he went into one room where there was leaks coming out. These are long-term problems that these various places have had. And he said, who's the one that leaked this? And they wouldn't admit it, so he fired the whole room. And he did a good job, I'll tell you. He was very good. And during this transition period, I asked Rick if he
Want to see a decisive reclaim? No reclaim. This is a retrace reject all the way back into that G50, 666.85.
didn't do it with enthusiasm. I did it because somebody had to do it. I had to turn it around because it was failing. It would have closed, and physically it would have almost fallen down. It was in very bad shape. The steel columns outside, as an example, were meant to be covered. You know, exposed steel is unusual to have in building. What I do best in life is build. I build buildings really well and under budget and ahead of schedule. That's what I do. Unlike the Fed building, which is going to cost billions of dollars. It may never open. I mean, right now, we have a wonderful Kevin, a wonderful new head of the Fed coming in. I don't know if he'll ever be able to occupy this complex that was destroyed by Jerome, too late, Powell. I call him too late because he's always too late with interest. Should cut interest rates. He should cut them right now. They should have a special meeting. What's a better time to cut interest rates than now? A third grade.
If VIX is moving its way to 25, if it can start to stall off 25, rejection off 25, that can open the door for that reclaim.
But what I do is build. I build great stuff. And what we're going to do is, right outside. In fact, if you look behind me, see the nice gold curtains? If you want to look into a nice foundation and you want to see a lot of work, very deep, very, very deep for specific reasons, we have a magnificent ballroom being built because this is the biggest room and it holds like 98 people for dinner. But behind me, you're going to have a ballroom.
Still some selling left on the 15, so that 15-minute candle has 15 seconds left. So ideal case scenario is when that 15-minute candle opens up the new one. If we can sweep those lows and then it turns into a hammer, that'd be ideal. If that 5-minute can hold as a doji or a hammer going to the next one, that would also be ideal. Keeping a close eye on this reclaim for the 671 lottos.
Pre-area for the ballroom before dinners, so we'll have heads of state. We can't even do a heads of state dinner. Usually what they do is they would do them on the lawn with a tent. But when it rains, the lawn is very low. And you know the land in Washington. It was built on swampy, wet land. And when it rains and you have the king of Saudi Arabia, we have, as an example, the king of the UK, I would say king of England. It was a great guy. He's coming in very soon. And when it rains, you know what happened? The rain would go over their feet. It would be about 4 or 5 inches over their shoes. This was not good. And it rained a lot. So we're building, finally, because I do that. And by the way, no taxpayer money. I want to put that, zero. It's on time, on budget. It'll be under budget.
If you're short, all you need is that 660, 667, 69 to hold, and you're targeting 666.85. If the reclaim comes into play, especially if you're short in this area, if that retrace reject, then that can be your invalidation marker. Until then, you can start scaling out. You can start taking profits where you need to and managing accordingly. What I want to see is a rejection after that 25 territory in the VIX and that reclaim simultaneously.
Care what he said. But Steve is over here, and he really, with his incredible wife, Andrea, and thank you both for being here. Andrea is on the board, and Steve is so in love with his wife, he asked whether or not he could come. And I can say the same thing for the great Bob Kraft. He's got a wife that's so wonderful. He said, do you think I could come? She didn't have to accept that, She could have said no. But Bob said, I would like to come. So, Bob, we will not let you vote. Although
I like the tweezer bottoms there on the 2 5-minute candles.
Thing. But it's good to have you both here. These are two
I'll take the
two
calls
great
right there.
couples that know a lot about the things I'm talking about, like fixing, whether it's building a stadium or building a building. They know how to do it. So thank you, Steve, very much. But we made incredible strides over the past
Can
year.
get filled.
If you remember, I said.
See if I can try again. If you did take that, manage accordingly. Okay, I'll take it right there. Lottos. So officially in those lottos. Reclaim lottos. So in this case, no break back below those lows. All right, we'll continue to listen.
Actually, and it's in bad shape. Everything's in bad shape. It's got to be redone. So I said, let's run it for a year just to see how it works. It's better than you can't just go into something and try and figure it out. And we figured it out over the year. And you have to close it, putting new marbles in, beautiful, beautiful marbles. When you do marbles, you can't have people walking over the marble every night as it's drying and setting and going to a play. So we thought the best way, what I know best in the world is construction. The best way to do it is close it, do it properly, and reopen it, have a grand reopening. And when it's finished, it's going to be far better than it was when it was originally built. When it was originally built, it was good. It has one thing that's very good. It has great sound. I think there's a lot of luck in sound. You have some of the big opera houses. I don't want to get involved with saying which one, but in New York, as an example, where the acoustics were never good. And they've ripped it apart 4 times and rebuilt it, and it was never good. The good thing about the Kennedy Center, the acoustics are good. And
I did take the lottos. So again, my risk on those lottos is break all the way below 688. That's all the way down here. Right? If your risk is a little more conservative, you can use the lows.
that this building will soon gain, I think, at a higher level than it had before. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest and will become the finest performing arts facility anywhere.
That 5-minute candle is looking to go engulfing bearish. Still some pressure on it. Retrace reject is looking healthy.
Originally cover the
see if buyers can reclaim that 667.69
into a very expensively painted white, very heavy coat of very powerful white paint meant for steel, exposed steel. A very different kind of paint, but it's almost like putting a stone.
Beautiful job, Sancho, on the puts. 2K.
Shiny.
149% for extreme. My goodness, guys, you guys are absolutely crushing it. I played some in the money puts, riding 1 DT, 3 DT, and 5 DTs. I'm looking for 665.50. 665.50 would lead us all the way into slightly above the gap fill.
Or you use a different color, Steve. Nobody's ever been able to make a gold paint that looks real. Little minor thing for the media. I'm sure you're thrilled with hearing that. But there's never been a paint. I said someday I'm going to discover a paint where you don't have to actually.
All right, see if you get that reclaim.
Gold leaf is a very, very big and expensive process, but it's a beautiful thing, but not when you use paint. So we got rid of the gold columns, which looked always terrible. They look cheap and they look fake. Very much like the media, actually. And we took the...
1 DTs might be the best way to go with the lottos because sometimes these zeros they take, and if they're a little further out, they take a lot of time. They get chewed up. All right? So regardless of how you're looking to take this, just manage accordingly.
Badly rusting. I mean, these are columns that are holding up a building. And we had to replace areas of columns that were actually rusted out because it was in very bad shape. It's not even describable how bad this building was, both inside and out. I want to thank Rick Grinnell, but you really did a great job.
Initial soft target, of course, that daily opener, the 9 EMA on the 5 coming up as well.
Because he really was, he was.
I like which way the VIX is going. I like the way the VIX is going. I like the fact it's going south. That helps our case. Of course, we're still that first soft target's at 9 EMA interaction. We don't want to see any shooters off that. Any shooters in this neighborhood, inverted hammers. All right, so see if we get a gravitation back towards that. VWAP is if this thing can start waking up.
You're under no pressure, Matt, okay? It's like Bob Kraft. If a football player doesn't perform well, typically you will fire him immediately, Bob. Do you ever let them stay around for 4 or 5 years if they're bad? Not too many times, right? So, anyway, I learned from him. So I want to thank also Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's been fantastic. I don't know, is Pam here someplace? Oh, hello, Pam. Good. She's been great. And the Speaker of the House, he's got the easiest job of anybody in government. He's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1 because it varies, but between 1, 2, and 3. And I think you're the only man that's ever lived that's able to Be very happy about it. In fact, when we get up to 3, you know, every once in a while we get up to 3. Actually, for a
Anyone sitting in green, if you're in green, all right, you can move your risk if you need to. If it's a lotto, if it's make or break, let it do what it needs to do if the risk is already defined. So I'm not in green yet. It's taking some time, so this thing needs to start waking up. Let's continue to listen.
very strong. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name? Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
What was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay. That's, it was, I was going to say, I don't think
With
he
a heart problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
So, the long story short, the president called him to encourage him and thank him, and they had a conversation. And the president mentioned in the course of the conversation, you know how to get my doctors involved, and they did. And within a number of hours, they took him to Walter Reed Emergency Surgery. The man
Beautiful job, Wayne.
He acts like he's 30 years younger.
If you are
He
green, if
walked
you're
into the
scalping,
conference
TP
meeting,
where you need to, guys. TP where you need to. Manage accordingly.
and he's encouraged and thankful, and he thanks the president for his leadership and intervention. And thank you.
He
It's
actually
amazing.
called Mike. Mike called me and he said, "Sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June." I said, "Who?" Neil Dunn. He's a great congressman, incredible. He called to say that he was terminal, really bad heart. There's nothing they can do. I said, "That's bad." Number 1, it was bad because I liked him. Number 2, it was bad because I needed his vote. But he really said,
Who needs HIPAA?
"We'll ask this out for the president and you, and however long I live," I mean, it looks like June is the time, but
All right,
however
PJ?
long I live, I'm going to.
Blew HIPAA out the water.
I mean, how many people are going to say that? Most of them are going to say, "Mike, I'm retiring immediately. That's the end."
He's an extraordinary
But
man.
he didn't do that. It really was really impressive. And then I realized I have doctors in the White House. The White House doctors are incredible, and they've helped me with other people. They're helping me with people right now. People that are very sick are like they're miracle workers. And I said I have to call them, and I called the 2 doctors. They're both great, and they immediately went over to see the congressman, and he was on the operating table like 2 hours later.
Yeah.
And
If you took profits already, guys, dollar signs, dollar signs, dollar signs. If you're still in, do what you need to do.
thing that you could possibly have.
I'm still in.
And they called up. They said, "Sir, I think he'll be fine." I said, "You got to be kidding." He said, "I think he'll be fine." And Mike was telling me
Our
this.
first big test is that 9 EMA coming up, and of course that put trigger.
Well, go ahead.
Well, it was incredible. I mean, he has a new lease on life. He has more energy than a man half his age, and very encouraged and encouraged all of us. So, again, a testament to great leadership. And he's, my hat's off to Neil Dunn and his.
See if you can hold that daily open. Hold that daily open. We'll be good to go.
Because I don't want to have a terrible story about
If
this.
you have a good entry, if you have further dated contracts, you're in the green.
Actually, but I did it for the vote second. All right. I want to also.
So this is our first big test, guys. Don't forget now, okay? We are testing that 9 EMA. So now we don't want to see any responses back to downside. We don't want this to reset all the way back at those lows. So the last things we want to see in this territory is we don't want to see inverted hammers. We don't want to see bearish engulfing candles. We don't want to see signs of buyers stepping in, signs of overhead supply. All right, so now let's see if we get that continued push in that territory. That's a great area to TP if you were scalping. All right, if you're just holding lottos all the way back to VWAP, all the way back to PML, continue to hold. All right, do what you need to do. Again, manage your position accordingly. Everyone manages their position differently. So very important that you do the right thing that you see fit. That you see fit. All right, daily open. We're fighting with the daily open, 660, 668.41. Can we get above it? Let's see. Okay. We want that POC to hold, team. We want that POC to hold. All right. We want that POC to hold. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I want that daily open to hold as well. So no close back below 668.48. If you're trailing, no close back below daily open if you have a soft trail. You have a very tight trail. That's what you want to trail with, that daily open. Let's continue to listen.
18 different unions and driving everybody crazy. And I think the unions are going to be great. I've always gotten along with unions. As you know, I got great union support. But you had 19 unions. Every time somebody wanted to put on a play, they had to deal with 19 different groups of people.
Okay, up 13. Up 20. Okay. See if you can hold above that level. I'll take a majority off right there at 20. Okay, and hold this last one. And I'll do it like this. So the reason why I had to sit through this a little longer is because my entry was late. All right, and my entry was in this area, and they're further data strikes. So I had to sit through a little bit of drawdown. Now I don't want to close back below POC. Don't want to close back below that daily open. Right on the 5. So if we can stay above that, I'll see if I can take this thing back all the way to PMH. Okay, so it's a great time to TP, guys. All right, take some off. 20 is not bad. If you want to continue to hold, do what you need to do. All right, but if it just reverses all of a sudden, you can't be upset if you let the TP that you were in go back to 0 or go back to break even. All right, so we have the view up overhead. Again, I don't want to see a shoot around the 5 in that area. So I'll keep it like this. Okay. POC, if this 5-minute candle can hold above 668.48, we'll be good to go. We'll continue to climb. So we caught near the very bottom. All right. So again, does this turn into a dead cat bounce or does it turn into a reversal? Doesn't matter because we already took profits off the table. So you still can. You don't really need to catch the bottom, the very bottom of the bottoms. But we took this low, if you recall, right? The low. We took the lower low into a potential higher high or a potential lower high. It doesn't really matter which one it turns out to be. As long as it gives us a little room to TP, we will do that. Okay, we're starting to see. So that final line in the sand is here. So as long as this doesn't get taken out, I'll remain there. What does that translate to on the 5? Let's bring that over. That translates to very close to this. There. Okay. If you TP'd, dollar signs, guys, good job, good job. Took some time to push the upside. See if you can hold the 15. Still about to go to the other side. The hourly starting to shape up. Okay. I want us to hold above that daily open.
Which was double what they had ever done before, with $23 million. There's still much to do. The previous match.
Beautiful job, Doctor. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, now it's just a matter of holding that daily open into that PMH retest, into that VWAP test. All right, that's what's coming up. So if we can get into that territory, that can possibly get back into the 20s. And if it gets above it, that's when the lottos really start to run. Okay, that's when the lottos can really start to run. Okay.
On July 4th, we'll have a little party. And then after that, we close or we start construction. We're fully financed. As I announced in February, after a one-year review based on input from highly respected experts and subject to board approval today, we determined, it's a little late for the board because we've already announced it, but these are minor details, but I think everybody agrees. But subject to board approval, we determined that the fastest way to bring the Trump Kennedy Center to the highest level of success, beauty, and grandeur is to cease the entertainment operations for a 2-year period of time as we complete high-quality, really high-quality construction And we've
15-minute reversal is 668.80. Okay.
a lot of the marbles and some of the things that are hard to get. Getting quality marble is very hard. Takes a long time. It comes from areas where it takes a long time to mine, and we're getting some of the best things you can. The marble is going to be incredible. The seats that we have, the seating is the highest level. Everything is the highest level. So this temporary closure will enable us to complete the work much faster and much higher quality. As an example, it's hard to show Shakespeare when you don't have any seats. As the seats are being changed, it's not exactly a great experience for people. So
Okay, we're in the jaws of that 9 EMA, that 20 EMA. Okay. We're starting to see some selling pressure. We want to be able to absorb that pressure, right? We want to be able to absorb that pressure. Okay, we don't want to see a collision into the EMAs and then a push back lower. Okay, so my fine line in the sand is that 667.90. All right. So if you haven't TP'd already, that's a great area to TP initially. If you're looking to hold or fold, just adjust your risk. With the theta that did take place, for us to continue, we need to break above these highs. So best case scenario, break above these highs, we continue. In the case where we break below those lows, we start to slow down, then we'll move to the side. Right? Second best case scenario is for us to stay inside and then wait for that next 5-minute candle in the next 37 seconds. Okay? So if we can get above this high, this green line, we continue to accelerate, we'll be in good shape for that PMH retest, for that view up retest. Like which way the VIX is going. Okay, let's see if we can hold that daily open. So the things that are green so far in the day is SPY and the Qs. The Dow is 6 cents away from being green. IWM is 81 cents away from being green on the day in relation to its daily open. Run, baby, run. Okay, 674 would take 222K, but I don't know. Okay, we're just stalling at that daily open here. First day in the group, already over 200%. Awesome job. That's you, Extreme. Is that you, Extreme Sebastian? Beautiful, beautiful job. All right, let's keep building on that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so welcome. That's a great way, great splash to make your debut onto the team. All right. That 200% was the puts right here off the head and shoulder, was it? I believe you were in the puts in this area. You were looking to go short. If I'm not mistaken, that might have been the 200% opportunity, possibly. If I'm not mistaken. But tremendous job. Anyone else in those lottos? The big drop. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, again, guys, jump in. Join our team. You have access to the resources, the tools. There's nothing I can do to get you to the other side. All I can do is provide the resources. All you can do is surround yourself with other dedicated traders and utilize the resources and tools to get yourself over the hump. All right, there isn't some secret sauce I can give you, some secret potion. But there are tools and resources in our community that can help you extract, like I always say, the profitability that already lays within you. All right? So tremendous job. Check is back to being up 13%. We did sit through some drawdown in this area, but again, they're lottos. The risk is defined. Okay, so if I'm in my usual scalps on SPY, my risk is not going to be this wide. Okay. So the target for the lotto is the VWAP and the PMH. All right. If this 15-minute can trigger, we'd be good to go. That 5-minute continues to accelerate. So let's move that stop here. Okay, let's continue to trail that stop right here. No close below here now. Okay, let's go close below here. What's that exact level? 668.25. We'll continue to trail right there. Just move it a little lower just in case it wants to sweep right there. All right. Okay, let's take a listen. Take a listen to Commander-in-Chief.
Questions from the press, and then after that we'll have our meeting, and we have a little lunch for the board. So we'll have a little bit of a lunch.
If we can reclaim VWAP, okay, it already hit target, guys. Already hit target, right? So that was you're risking about 80 cents in this case, about 50 cents to make $1.40. So hit that PMH. The target has officially been hit, and the VWAP as well. For us to go above and beyond, we need to get above the VWAP and the PMH.
That we'll be announcing, and we do. I have to tell you, we have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. They've already started to get there. You know, it takes a little while to get there. It's like, in some cases, you have to travel an ocean, so it doesn't go that fast, but it'll go fast. And we have some that are fairly local that are doing it, but we'll give you a list. Some are very enthusiastic, and some are less than enthusiastic. And I assume some will not do it. I think we have one or two that will not do it that we've been protecting for about 40 years.
If that 5-minute candle goes shooter, VIX starts to wake up, gets above that 24.50, we can start to slide back the downside. All right, we can start sliding back the downside, and my trail stop would be right here. So I'll still give it some room to continue to push as long as we don't close back below these lows. Okay. And those lows, now that shooter trigger back to downside is right here. Okay, so you're looking for that 5-minute reversal out of those EMAs. This is the 668.39. If the VIX can wake up, get back above 25.50, that'll be the trigger. See if you can sit through that a little bit. For a little more, hold POC at least. Hold POC at least. I already extracted 20, seeing if that last piece can continue to go. But it looks like we're running out of room here. Running out of room. So this was the initial trade here. From here, all the way to that territory. That territory coincides with that key zone. So let's see if we can get a push above that key zone. Close below this level here. We'll close out. Okay. Daily open for the rescue. Let's see if that daily open can be the rescue. $24.46, $24.50. Do want to see if VIX recapture that. The reversal on the 5 is about to take place here. Okay, reversal on the 5 already took place. Reversal on the 5, we're seeing the seller step in. See if that close below 668.39. We're starting to see that daily open act as a support. Okay, let's take a listen here.
Ocean.
Get a little volatile here.
But we did it. Well, Biden did it. I mean, I have to be honest with you. Biden got taken to the cleaners. But we worked with them in Ukraine. We don't need to work with them in Ukraine. And then they tell us that we have a mine ship around, and they don't want to do it. I think it's terrible. No, I was very surprised. I told him, you know, we requested 2 aircraft carriers, which they had, and he didn't really want to do it. And then right after the war essentially ended, you know, meaning they were
Okay, we close below that breaker level. Keep in force. Get below that trail stop. We'll close out. Chat disconnected, please. Wait. That daily open is just the only thing really holding us up right now. Okay, buyers are doing everything they can to protect that daily open PLC. If that gives, we can start to slide to the downside. So if see that daily open can hold, that POC can hold, that's the last line of defense, and the VIX stay below 24.46. Okay, the move to the upside already took place. We got that higher, that lower high. Couldn't take out these highs up here. Okay, let's continue to listen.
China's a great example. They get 91% of their oil from the Hormuz Straits, which we protected for years. And it always bothered me that we have these countries. Japan gets 95% of its from the Straits, the Hormuz Straits. And it always bothered me that we're protecting and we don't need them. We didn't need them before we started dig we must. Dig me must. That's the Trump policy of lots of oil. And we didn't use them very much. It used to be at 10%. Now it's at almost zero. We don't.
If that 5-minute candle closes below 668.39, we close below POC. We can't see that slide take place back to downside. That takes place, and I'll close out of the runner here. Okay. So let's see if that last line of defense can hold up. Last line of defense.
Reasons, but it always amazed me that we did it. We never asked for reimbursement, and it was really there to serve other countries, not us. And by the way, we have the Sugar King, the same story. Look at that. Alfie von Hool. Alfie, thank you both very much. It's, huh? That's Pepe here. Pepe, hi Pepe. How are you? How are you? Is Alfie in the backstage?
Whoa, look at that, guys. You see that? You see that injection of volatility? Look at that. Look at that. Like, just buyers just decide to come in off that daily open. See if that continues to push. We need to push above 669.04. We need to push above 669.04 and get above VWAP, or we'd be good to go. The Qs are holding above that PMH. Look at that injection, guys. Buyers just stepped in off daily open. Let's say, you know what? Let's buy it. Up 40% here. 53%. See if we get that break finally. They just woke up. I don't want to see it close below here now. I want us to hold above that VWAP. Again, TP where you need to, guys, is beyond TP. Saw 50% already. Okay. See, that's legit. If we could take it, if you took advantage of that to TP, great job. I don't want to see it close back below this NC on the 5. I want that 5-minute candle to hold above that VWAP. If it doesn't, this is just a nice little pump fake, bull trap. Okay, that was a great TP if you TP'd, 50+%. How are we doing, strikers? I love how the VIX is falling off a cliff. I love how it falls off a cliff. I don't want it to get back above this level here. I want buyers to continue to step in. If it goes shooter, that would be something. So look how volatile things are getting all of a sudden. See if that 5-minute candle can continue to push. Okay. Close back above VWAP would be great. Close back above VWAP would be great. We're putting some pressure on that PMH. Putting some pressure on that PMH. See if that continue to push higher. I want to see a hold above PMH. 669.04. Okay, there we go. Up 60%. Now, do we have enough room? We're in a good position to see that break. All right. See if it breaks. All right, there's a great time to TP if you haven't already. Okay, I want to see a hold above that view up, hold above that PMH would be great. Good, good, good. One more push. Contracts are all over the place. VIX continues to fall off a cliff. Look at the VIX. Now let's just zoom out just for a second, guys, okay? So now we're in position to potentially make a run at that resistance. Okay, make a run at that resistance. There's 5-minute candles, a minute left. If it closes back below 668.80, I'll see my way out. Okay, as that 5-minute candle starts to lose a little bit of its strength, see if we can at least close above PMH by the when it's all said and done. It's rejecting in this territory, this resistance area. You see how volatile those contracts are. They went all the way to 60, 50, so that's the nature of lottos. That's the nature of lottos. Something just got into the market there. Okay, now we're starting to aggressively wick. See if in the next 30 seconds, and we can crawl back above that POC. Crawl back above that POC. I have a wall of buyers. So don't try to chase it in this area. Okay. Crawl back above POC. Let this 5-minute candle close. If you TP'd up there, great job. Okay. Let's see if I can see this through for that nice push into those highs again. Okay. So in my case, I'll just use a daily open. Daily open, make or break. Okay. How we doing, team? How we doing, strikers? How are we doing? Let's continue to listen.
As you know, left side, we're pounding it, like really pounding it hard. And again, they may have no mindset. We hit every one of their mine drop. They call it the mine layers, right? The ships. They're pretty sophisticated ships. Every one of them is gone. But it only takes one. So it's a little unfair. You know, you win a war, but they have no right to be doing what they're doing. But we're hitting them very hard. And today is a big day where we're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the strait. And I think we'll get it going very soon. In addition, we do have other nations coming in. You need people to watch and people to see. We have other nations coming in. Yes, please.
If the United States is working to secure the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of other countries like China, and our allies aren't yet stepping up to your standard, is the United States getting back to being the world's policeman?
Look, the United States should not be very much involved. They can on a certain basis. They've been doing it for a long time. But I've always said, if you look back years ago, I said, why aren't we being reimbursed? You know, these are the richest countries in the world. Why aren't we being reimbursed?
Qs are starting to pick up some speed here. Qs are starting to pick up some speed. Qs are above PMH. See if the Dow can join the party.
Are we being reimbursed for that? I've said that for years. You can go back. They reported on it yesterday. I've been saying a lot of things about the straits. Number one, I said it's the one advantage they have, but that's a suicidal advantage because they kill themselves more than they kill the rest of the world. And there are things you can do with time. There are other things you can do, but I think we're going to have the situation straighten out pretty quickly, and I think we're going to have some good help, and I think we're going to be disappointed in some nations too.
Who's still in lottos? So if you're in the lottos, you're probably looking for something beyond 60, 70%, maybe 100%. We did already see 60. So let's see if I can get 100, or break below these lows. That would be the protocol.
Has he shared that assessment with you?
No, yes. And Israel wouldn't do that. Israel would never do that. And yeah, there's a theory. You pounded them to hell, and you could just leave now, and it'll take 10 years for them to.
We're sitting right at VWAP. Keep in mind, we're sitting right at VWAP, right at PMH. If you haven't scaled out already, there's a great time. If you're still holding full position, right, and you're okay with turning down 20, turning down 50, and seeing it through, by all means. In this case, I want the VIX to stay below. Okay, I want the VIX to stay below 24.34. Okay.
Former president, he said, "I wish I did it. I wish I did," but they didn't do it. I'm doing it. Yeah. Which president? I can't tell you that. I don't want to embarrass him. It would be very bad for his career, even though he's got no career left. Go ahead.
You mentioned.
How about the man right
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, you mentioned that you're not entirely sure who you're dealing with, who the leadership is.
We need the VIX to knock out that 24.09. Work towards 24.
In that country, following all of the protests that we had seen before the airstrikes and kind of an opposition movement that could become a viable leader in Iran?
Well, the biggest problem, and we have brave people in this room, but the biggest problem that I see is that they put out a warning, and we have the warning. We get everything they get. And it said any protester that goes onto the street will be immediately shot and killed. This is a little tougher than the American way. This is not quite as tough as nobody can believe it. So I can't imagine. They don't have guns, and the other ones have guns. Highly sophisticated.
Put in the chat, do we break out here, or do we come break down off VWAP? Break out or break down off VWAP? Breakout or breakdown at VWAP. We're spending some substantial time at this VWAP. Let us know what you're thinking. Breakout or breakdown on VWAP. You don't have to have a horse in the race to answer the question. See if you can break out of this nice little downward compression here. Start to speed up. That'd be great. VIX continues to break. That'd be fantastic. VIX stay below here. Pursue those lows. That'd be great. Let's continue to listen.
And it doesn't take long for that to spread. And when that spreads, that crowd dispenses. And nobody else has been able to do that to the extent that these people are violent. They killed a minimum 2 weeks ago, 32,000 people. So, and they put out actually a notice 2 days ago. If you.
All right, see if we can hold above that PMH. Okay, we did peak into 40% once again. We're still up 20. Again, the nature of these contracts, there's still one strike out. If you're looking for a $1 move, if we can get $1 push to the upside, cross into 670, these contracts will go. All right, no promise, will go up 100%. So the 100% threshold is up here. So I'm seeing if I can get these contracts back to 670. So to make a one move on the ladder, on the contract ladder to 670, should put us at 100%. If we fall below here, then we'll part ways. Okay. So let's see. First, we need to create that separation away from the VWAP. Create separation away from VWAP.
The prime minister, you can make your own. Why do you have to meet with your team to find out whether or not you're going to send some minesweepers to us or to send some boats? I said, you don't have to meet with your team. It's the same thing here. I can tell you that when this is over, oil
targeting 670, so you get that nice break.
is inflation, so is everything else. But frankly, much more important than short-term or even long-term oil prices, you can't let the most violent, vicious country in the last 50 years have a nuclear weapon, because the Middle East will be gone. Israel will go first, without question.
Need that key zone to hold.
A shot at us before we get our...
Beautiful job, Extreme. First day, absolutely crushing it. 3 times TD.
A nation of great terror and power. Look what happened. In the last 2 weeks, they weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those
So if you're looking for those big targets, you're going to have to sit through some back and forth like this. It's going to go outside of the realms, outside of the scopes of a scalp, right? So again, if this fits your personality, if this type of trading fits your personality, holding the target, seeing what happens, right? You're going to have to sit through some back and forth. Scalpers, right? They're not, our primary job is not to take trades like this because there's a lot of emotional ebbs and flows.
terminated. They had thousands of drones. They were making drones and missiles all over the place. We've knocked out most of those factories. I mean, now they're sending out 2 or 3 missiles. Now, you know, they've still got some. They might have 8% left. But mostly they've been eliminated. They've been terminated by...
I'm going to move my trailing stop to 669.03.
Go after Hezbollah. Have you discussed that with Israeli leaders?
Do we hit 670? And do we finally break out? Look at this, guys. We've been riding this thing. We caught the very bottom. We call the very bottom on the reclaimed lottos. Okay. Up 53. TP where you need to. VIX is coming into 24. We might be running out of room. So if we get that bounce off 24, by the time we're at 24, we can get to 670. That'd be great. If we get a bounce off 24, that can maybe reset us. Okay. That can maybe reset us to the back to the downside. So again, see if we can at least maintain above that high. I try to get back above it and make it a little smaller. Okay, see if we can recapture it. Continue to push. We can be hitting some exhaustion here. VIX is starting to, I want the VIX to stay below. Okay, stay below 24. If it starts to wick, then that might be, we might be running out of room. All right. So a new 5-minute candle here, new 15-minute candle. So on this 5-minute candle, all right, we need another push. For us to continue to break those highs, we break these lows. That's going to be in this area. All right, so that'll be my trailing stop right there. So we break even, somewhat. All right, so I want that PMH to hold if we retest it. For that one more push to the upside, if it falls back below this NC, then we'll part ways. That should be the break-even area. Okay. Who's done with the setup? Who are the extracted profits and is all out? So we did see some pushes into 50, 60%. See if I'm looking to get 100. I already scaled it at 20 a long time ago. But trying to see if we can get that into 670. VIX is kind of running out of room here. Ideally, VIX stay below 24.24. Stay below 24.24. 5-minute is inside. 15-minute is inside. We're coming to test that VWAP. I want that VWAP to hold. I want that PMH to hold. I want the PMH and the VWAP to hold. And the president is done speaking here. Okay. So that's done. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. If you're done for the day, put in the chat. I'm done for the day. Just babysitting Lotto here to see if we can get 100% out of it. Did see 40, 50, 60 up here. Okay, make sure you secure those profits, guys. This is the major test. I want that VWAP to hold. I want this PMH to hold. If that folds, more than likely, we start pushing back the downside. All right, so this test, we need to pass this test. Because they trapped a lot of bears, they trapped a lot of buyers here. You see this break? They trapped a lot of buyers here. I'll explain in just a second. So we're right at that break even. See if you can bounce off that PMH and the VWAP. Breakout. Good, good, good. 3 times. Good, good, good. So it looks like we're holding this territory here. Everything is, we were directional on the 5. If we fail to hold PMH, fail to hold VWAP, then this can start going south. So that's the last line of defense for the bulls. So during President's talk, we did see a nice little drop. We swept those lows, grabbed this back to the upside, nice push to the upside. All right, so the reclaimed lottos played out beautifully. All right, what are we reclaiming? We're reclaiming. No, what are we grabbing? We're grabbing second shift's lows, reclaiming a key level. Okay, it looks like we passed the test here. That first test we passed, so we want to continue to pass that test. But the question becomes, do we have enough fuel to get us, to drive us back above those highs? Those highs being 669, 64. All right, so we need to create separation off this VWAP and off that PMH. We don't want to fall back below it and start existing below it. Okay. I like which way the VIX is going. I want the VIX to stay below 24.24. The VIX has a little room left to the downside into 24. All right, so see if we can time that 24 test with that 670. Okay. Yep, we're right there. That compression. Right at that resistance. That's what I'm waiting for, to see if we can get that nice break past that point. Are you still in, doctor? Or you're out? Or are you babysitting runners? All right. So the VIX is coming into a key level, a psychological level. So when it comes to that psychological level, we tend to see an initial response which it can bounce. So when it does start to bounce, we start to see that draw lower. So we want to be in the calls as it pursues that level to the downside. Right, that's the room that I'm talking about. Okay, let's see if we get that last push. Okay, VIX, stay below 24.19. Babysitting, okay. We have a lot of babysitters. $50 on the 1. What level is that on the 1? 50 on the 1. Okay, so far that test has been passed. That PMH and that VWAP test. And now do we have enough fuel to continue to accelerate? Okay, we're back in business. All right, 670, here we go. 670, come on, let's see if we get that push. Keep in mind, we have a triple top in this area, so what we're asking for is a nice break at the triple top. All right, so we're asking for us to get past this major, this is resistance coming into it. All right, so we're asking for buyers to get past that point. Let's see where we are. Okay, we're at 24. All right, so we have a little more room to 24 on the VIX. If we get to 24, we slice right through, that would be great. This might be the top. This area might be the top if we start to bounce off 24. All right. This might be the topping area. That might be our peak as we come into 24. If we slice through 24, north of that area. Okay. So PMH would be my trail. That should be break even. Break even territory. Okay, somewhat of a shooter here on the 5. 15 continues to push. We're above that weekly PLC. We're heading some resistance here. Okay. Triple top. Looks like the VIX is aggressively wicking. See if we can give it one more push. We might be running out of room here. One more little push. Give it one more run up, see if buyers can start piling in and take out that high. VIX stay below 2403. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, VIX is back below 2403. Up 33. TP, if you need to TP, one final TP. All right. This is resistance. If you want to sit through that resistance break, by all means, if you want to TP, that's between 26 and 30 and 35%. If your entry's at 30 cents. Yeah, we're starting to see the VIX have multiple responses. One more push. One more little push. Buyers, let's go. There we go. Okay. Stay above it. Stay above it. That might be it. Okay, we're below 24. Now stay below 24 on the VIX. If we can stay below 24, that gives us room to 670. That gives us room to break above this high and continue to push. Okay, now let's see if the buyers can start piling in. If we wick back above 24, okay, then we run out of fuel here. Okay, I'll close it right there at 33. Okay, so I'll be all out there as we wick back above 24. All right, don't want to sit through another push back lower. If you are still in, again, see on a hold above this resistance. Finally out at 33. All right, did see some more room. You might have some luck that the fact that I'm out. Okay, again, pay attention to the 24. Just stay below 24. See if you can remain in that, and then should be good to go. All right, but how long did that take? I mean, that took a long time. So it looks like we caught the bottom for the day. All right, and the fact that we're so far below 24, guys, this might have room to continue to push higher if you have a good entry. All right, but triple top, I'll take it there. So again, beautiful trade. I would say better contracts would have maybe provided a better result. Okay, so we took this all the way from these lows. Okay, reclaim. We talked about it clearly. And then, of course, sat through a little back and forth. The fact that it was a further strike. TP'd at that first TP in this area, 20%. Saw upwards of 60, 50%, 40% in that area. And finally TP'd right here at around 33%. Because we hit that 24. And now we're bouncing off 24. So I was trying to time that 24 with that 670. Okay, and this ended up going. Look at that, guys. For $2.17. But look how much time it took. Took some time. Okay, so all the trades we took on SPY are 2 regular scalps. And of course, the lotto worked in our favor. The 2 trades on IWM is the ones we got stopped out on. Okay. TP33. Okay, good. No worries. Green is green, guys. All right, you sat through this. You want to be at least compensated for this. Okay, you've been sitting through it. We've been sitting through it since 12:34. All right, so at least have something to show for your time. All right. You don't want to be a volunteer trader. Okay. Anyone else? 200%. Beautiful job. Extreme. First day in the chat, 200% for Extreme. Way to make your debut. What call strikes are you scalping? The 671s. I'm done. All right. If you're still in, if you're just babysitting, moving your trailing stop, you want to see that hold below 24. Room to 670. Let's just zoom out just for a quick second here. All right. We discussed this at length. All right. I believe there was someone who said that they had the 671s, and we said, hey, you know what? There's a couple of scenarios we're going to look for. Of course, one was near the lows. That's exactly what we took. Okay, down. We're trending lower. I like the lower lows into highs on a downtrend. That's how you long a downtrend. Okay, so in this case, we're starting to break out. All right, we're starting to break out here. And 670 would be critical. We're above VWAP. We're above the daily open. See if IWM can join the party. All right, so took some time to play out, but it played out beautifully. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Can you turn up the sound on the conference? Okay, I just saw that now. Okay. Are you in a reclaim put 150? That put. I didn't take the put. So in this case, it's the retrace, reject, or the reclaim. So from my perspective, the reclaim was a better risk reward. We just have to wait for the right signals to take it to the upside. And I would argue, the closer we get to these highs, the closer we get to 130, right? The more bearish I'd be. All right, we don't have a lot of fuel. We're running out of steam, from my lens. All right, especially if the VIX bounced off 24, like it's doing now. So this might be brewing. Another side might be brewing if we bounce off 24 on the VIX and start headed towards that 24.50 territory. Grab a shift highs, drive back into view up in that PMH. Okay, so we might be hitting the wall up here. We're running out of room there. All right, I could have sat through one more time, but we have to take into consideration, right? We got to 24. All right, so we're just taking market context into consideration. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. The whales are loading up on the puts. QQQ 600 strike and lower for April and the end of March. Yeah, very possible. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So if you took those lottos, folks on YouTube, $signs in the chat, let us know there was a handful of you who were able to take it. Reclaim was higher probability. However, my thesis is that this is in a bearish fair value candle from the Friday's price action. In relation to Friday's action, guys, keep in mind, we're still inside. So we haven't went anywhere. Okay, if we take Friday's action into consideration, right, we're trading the range. Okay, this is Friday's candle. Let me find a nice blank spot. This is Friday's candle. Okay. Nice bearish engulfing candle, as bearish as can be. It doesn't matter what system you trade. That is a bearish engulfing candle. That's as bearish as can be. This is where we are. Okay, we're inside that range. We got to the very close to the top. Okay, let me just confirm. Yeah, exactly. Dead upside breaker is right there. Right? So yeah, so we're inside that range. Okay, so we're inside the range. So we did this. We got into those highs. We're doing this. The question becomes, at the equilibrium, which side of the inside are we on? Are we on the top half? Are we in the bottom half? So if you look at this from a smart money perspective, smart money concepts, are we at premium, okay, or are we at discount? Okay, if you look at it from traditional trend trading perspective, right? Okay, this would be the area where you get the calls for that continued expansion. If the trend is pushing higher, there's the area you get the puts for that continued push the downside of the trend is moving lower. Within the context of prior day's range, we still haven't had expansion. So this is trading the range, right, and looking for the internal structure. All right, so you can see there's the opposite thinking. So smart money is looking to go from discount to premium, is looking to load up longs. Okay. Conventional retail is looking for retrace, rejects, continued pushes lower, puts, shorts in this area. And the opposite is true here. Smart money is looking to take price from a premium to discount, and they're looking for shorts above to the lows. And the opposite is true for conventional retail. So now when you try to trade both systems, all right, you have two competing ideologies that are the opposite. That's why it's so dangerous when you're strategy hopping and you don't understand context. Is you have two lines of thinking and they're telling the opposite thing. All right, so now what you need to be able to do is understand both, but understand what's more applicable at that particular time. The problem is with smart money traders, they outsmart themselves. All right, there's a lot of overthinking, outsmarting, and making things more complicated than they need to be. Right? Are the theories legitimate? Yes, they're legitimate, but you have to know where to apply them, just like anything else. Right? So again, from that context, we are right at that 50% retrace. So that's 669.30. 669.30 is right here. Let me take this off. So we're right at 50% retrace the daily. Or I should say 660, 685. Okay, we're right at that 50% retrace the daily in this area. So our base get that equilibrium of the day. Okay, we can sweep these highs. We can see a gravitation back towards VWAP, POC, so on and so forth. But without even sweeping those highs, we're already starting to break down off of what, guys? This triple top, quadruple top situation. And if you pair that with the VIX bounce off that 24, right, you have room into PMH. So if you're waiting for that PMH complete collapse below PMH, below VWAP, you're waiting for that continued breakdown. Okay? Can you do a video on premium and discount like you just explained? Yeah, we can do a video. Maybe we'll do it this weekend. We'll cover it in the Stocks After Dark. If you haven't seen yesterday's episode, make sure to go check it out, guys. It's not only a recap and an outlook video. We go over some tickers and we go over a couple of things as well. The theme this week, all right, the theme this week for that title of yesterday's episode is the odds are in your favor. Okay, the odds are in your favor. For you to understand what that means, you need to go back and watch that video. The folks supporting the channel on YouTube, you have access to that video. So MW, Forget Work, Heavy Duty, QL, 9147, Ryan, all of you guys who are supporting the channel, who joined, thank you for your support. Go check out that video. The weekly recap and outlook video is available to you. And go check that out. So you have access to that video. So we're going to record that video live in the community, and I'm going to post it as soon as the video is done for the folks, for our members on YouTube. Okay? Giveaway. Let's see where we are as far as likes are concerned. We'll definitely do that, Fido. I'm all in currently 8%. Okay, 30% puts. Okay, beautiful. Lambish. What do you mean about VIX running out of room? Let me know if that answered your question. Yes, oil has gone with the moves. Okay. Good. Good job, Mimi. Good job, Ross. Stop hit, 48%. Beautiful job. USMC. Beautiful job, Sebastian, as always. Cheddar Flow is shown on social media. Okay. Filling up the gas. Reclaim was higher probability. Okay, good. All right, we'll look to wrap up the stream here shortly, guys. Again, let's do the giveaway. Let me know how many likes we have in the chat. The kiddos are home, so I did give my phone to one of the kids. So let me check on YouTube via browser. If we're at 200 likes, we will do another giveaway. If we're at 150, we're scheduled for another one as well. If we're at 200, we'll do two. If we're at 200, we'll do two. Looks like Jensen Wong will be speaking at 2 o'clock. Jensen Wong will be speaking at 2 o'clock. What's NVIDIA been up to? NVIDIA's been up to nothing today. Okay, nothing. Outside of that gap up, intraday, range bound. So NVIDIA's IV will probably be slightly elevated. So we probably won't have that coverage, right? That's going beyond our window. But again, guys, hopefully you found value in today's stream. We had over 2,000 people join us today, which is awesome. 1,800 people join us today, which is awesome to see. Okay, which is awesome to see. We continue to grow every single day. So do me a favor, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Make sure to share. Make sure to turn your notifications on. Make sure to like the video. And if you are interested in joining, we do have 10 spots available. Open up 10 more spots. Go to smartactiontrade.com. Go to the community tab. Okay, once you go to the community tab, you can access our community. Delay-free, ad-free stream. Access to a host of resources. Most of all, what we can't quantify is the community we're cultivating. A serious, supportive, dedicated community. All right, take advantage of the price while it's still low, $50 a month. All right, use the code TRIAL30. Once it fills up, it's full. Apex also available. Take advantage of that as well. All those links are in the description. Okay, all those links are in the description. Okay. Okay, we're back in that, again, same area, VWAP along with that PMH. Nice little bounce there. Let's see if we can hold this time. It held last time. See if we get that nice little grab with those highs for a push lower. Okay. Okay, let me check the likes. Let me check on the likes. And we'll do the end of stream poll as well, guys. We'll do the end of stream poll here shortly. Just want to get a check on the likes to see if we're doing 2 giveaways or 1. So we're at 175. And we can get to 200 likes by 145. We will do 2 giveaways. If we can't hit that mark, we still have 1 giveaway to do. Okay, you got me. What striker video? Oh, strike. Okay, you're asking someone for a trade idea. Okay, you got me as a YouTube subscriber. I've been cultivating my iteration of the master pattern trading with these strict rules. I took none of those trades today, which is never bad to have a noise filter. Absolutely. So if you took no trades today because those trades did not coincide or did not line up with your trade ideas, that is a victory. All right. If no trades came up, right, and you're operating within your rules, you're operating within your system, right, but the price moved, that's the victory because you exercise discipline. Right? It's almost like going to the grocery store. They have a list. You have a list. Your list is buy eggs, buy milk, and buy bread. All right. So if you go to the grocery store, you buy eggs, buy milk, buy bread, and come back out, you did the right thing. If you go to the grocery store with a list and you come out with steak, bananas, and ice cream, and don't come out with eggs, bread, and milk, right? You didn't stick to the plan. You deviated because something in the store caught your attention. So again, that's a victory. All right. As long as you're sticking to your plan, you're looking for your trades, but you don't take any trades despite the fact the price is moving because nothing satisfies your criteria, that is a victory. Okay. So don't let that create the pressure for you to force trades because there was no trade available for you to take. Okay, so very important to understand that. We're coming to test this VWAP. Okay, we're coming to test this VWAP. Yeah, if that does happen, just imagine if you're married, all right? If your wife sends you to the grocery store with a short list, you come out with a bunch of different things, right? So that's a loss. That's gonna cause some problems. Same thing. All right. Forming a leg downwards. Yeah, buyers are really piling in off that VWAP and that PMH. So if you're looking to go short, I would say VIX is doing something nice, bouncing off that 24. See if you can break below VWAP, break below that PMH, we can decisively continue to push lower. All right, that would be the sign. But the only thing is now you have to define your risk. Okay, in order to entertain that particular trade, where is your risk going to be? Is it a scalp? Is it a stop trade two type of profile? Trader two type of profile where it's either scale out at a 1-to-1 or hit TP or get stopped out, or is it more of a scalp? Okay, so very important to make sure you identify what you're looking to do. Okay. Put the blood over an hour. That pass still holding 650s. 665.50 is a target for my 1-day DT. 665.50 would be basically get below the daily 50% retrace and get below, basically enter the jaws of the gap, the bottom half of that gap. Get close to that fill. Get close to that. Get close to that gap fill. Okay. Can you look at Tesla? Tesla. Yeah, let's take a look at Tesla. Let's take a look at things on via our time frames. We'll do the giveaway here in a minute, guys. No lottos. Done. Okay, I don't want to. Okay, well, I don't know what this take a leap is. Okay. SPY. So this is SPY on the hourly. Okay, this is SPY on the daily. This is SPY on the monthly, and this is SPY on the weekly. So on the weekly, keep in mind, guys, weekly candle first. A weekly candle is composed of 5 daily candles. Our daily candle so far is, guys, we're trading inside the range. We're still inside Friday's range, or you can see, all right? So we should be able to know this without looking at the daily time frame, just by judging where we are in relation to the key levels that are provided. All right, as far as where we are on the hourly, we're making that somewhat of that, depending on where you have those highs, come somewhat of that cup and handle, triple top type of situation here, right? If you have your handle, if you have the top of your cup in that area, we do have the right handle marked out. If you're looking for that right handle, okay, we have the right handle marked out as all the way down here. Okay, handles all the way here. Okay, let me take this copy, okay, and paste it here. So that would be here. So if we're looking for cup and handle, this would be the area. So far, SPY on the weekly inside. On the monthly, we're directional. On the monthly, we take out those lows of February. Nice whole body candle. We're starting to get a nice little bounce off that monthly 9 EMA. We did not hit that. We did hit this monthly target 1. We have not hit monthly target 2. So monthly target 1 hit. So we're looking to pursue monthly target 2. The only issue is that 9 EMA is down there. All right. So again, inside, we stay inside. We'll see what takes place tomorrow. As far as Tesla's concerned, okay, where's Tesla? Grand scheme of things. Tesla is sitting right at that 100 EMA. Okay, that 50 EMA, I should say, 50 EMA on the weekly. Tesla's sitting right at that 50 EMA on the weekly. All right, Tesla's sitting right at that 50 EMA on the weekly. Okay. So now, can Tesla? We do have a lot of selling pressure. You see selling pressure, wicks gets pushed down, gets bought up, gets pushed down. All right, so if you think Tesla can treat this area as support, you're gonna look for support in this area for potential bounce off support. Hold that 50 EMA on the weekly, which is a massive level for some swings. All right, if you think that's going to collapse, break below the support territory, let it flip into resistance, continue push lower. What does that mean on the daily? Where's Tesla on the daily? Tesla's daily chart is messy, right? We had that nice little, almost that break we initially had and couldn't get that continued push, sitting right at support as well. All right, so sitting right in this support territory, 200 EMA test on the daily on Tesla. That translates to that 50 EMA on the weekly, okay? So now let's see if that 200 EMA holds on Tesla, right? There are buyers that step up here, right? So this is where the support is. The support is slightly below the 200. So for us to really get that breakdown on Tesla, right, this is the area sellers need to conquer, right? Get below 380.81. All right, get below 380.81, but coming into it, this is support before it's resistance. So if you're looking for bounces, see if you get to bounce off that territory. If you're looking for something bigger picture, anything internal or anything intraday on Tesla, let's zoom out just a little bit. Just zigzag on Tesla. Okay, zigzag. Maybe you can find something in relation to some internal levels. Okay, meaning highs of prior days, PMH, PML, some intraday setups off Tesla. But there isn't any clean setups there. If you start zooming out, you can kind of see the word range bound intraday. Okay, kind of range bound activity intraday. All right, we're just kind of going sideways. All right, as we continue to stall in this area for that decisive move. Okay, if we zoom out, we do have some major resistance up here. If Tesla wants to make a move, it's going to be tied to this territory here, that 406, 410 territory, right? That major resistance break on Tesla would be critical. But outside of that, a Tesla B. I still have your indicator, doctor. Any other chart requests? Okay, we're starting to slide. Starting to slide. We failed to hold VWAP. That slide continues. We're going back for that daily open. And there we go, back to downside. SNDK. SNDK has been the superstar today. SNDK actually broke out. Breakout in SNDK. Gapped up. That gap up really helped it. Comes into this major resistance, breaks out, continues to push. SNDK is on its way to all-time highs. Okay, on its way to all-time highs. Okay, if we zoom out, that's on the hourly. Okay, that's on the hourly. If we zoom out on the daily, nice breakout, gap up. Weekly, directional, gap up on the weekly. This might be the first gap up ever on SNDK on the weekly. Might be, right? So gap up on the weekly. So the gap up was so huge today, it gapped up on the weekly, and it happened to be on a Monday, so that's a weekly opening gap as well. So SNDK, what you're looking for on SNDK is, okay, retest this break. If you're not in already, a retest, some sort of push back, push up, of course, already broke. Retest of this break, or a pull back into that first EMA, that 9 EMA, and this support. Now, okay, that's the most immediate thing to address if you're looking to get a late seat into this move. All right, doesn't have a lot of room. All-time high is 726. All-time high is 730.68. We're at 725 psychological level currently. Those are the highs we made today. Okay, SNDK. Okay. Any other tickers? SPUX. Starbucks. We are seeing some rotation into Starbucks, right? A lot of people were talking about Starbucks, but now Starbucks on the daily. It's on the verge of a 3-day losing streak on Starbucks. 3-day losing streaks on Starbucks. Daily chart, not the cleanest, but we do see Starbucks respecting this EMA on the daily, and that EMA on the daily is at 20. That 20 EMA on Starbucks seems to be money every time we come into it, right? It took some time for us to create separation that last encounter. So let's see if we get a nice bullish candle off this 20 EMA. So a 3-day losing streak. Right, we had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-day win streak followed by a 3-day losing streak. So let's see if tomorrow we open up, we break below those lows, get some sort of hammer off that level. Right, Starbucks at 20 MA right there. That 20 MA coincides with that. Does it coincide with that 100 psychological level? Let's see. If it coincides with the 100 psychological level, that gives us another. Okay, no, it doesn't. Okay, it does not coincide with the 100 psychological level. It doesn't coincide with 95 either. So 95 is slightly below it. Okay, so that 20 MA test on the daily will be interesting on Starbucks. 3-day losing streak. Starbucks on the monthly again, and we did reverse last month. We're watching that reversal. Did break those highs. On the weekly, it's tit for tat. Right, very very slugfest type of move. Unless if it's options, this up and down will really kill those contracts. Anything under monthlies, right? Anything under monthlies, this will kill those contracts. If we're looking at leaps, once we cross back above that 200, right? You can make the argument. Bigger picture, Starbucks. When we take a look at, I would say, smaller picture, shorter time frame, Starbucks. We have somewhat of a nice channel brewing on Starbucks, pun intended. So this channel is brewing on Starbucks. Right, this wick kind of throws us off. That's an earnings wick, right, from pre-market, post-market. So we've got this kind of situation on Starbucks. All right, so Starbucks, see Starbucks support. Support can be support. This support now encompasses that 20 EMA on the daily as well. So we're in that intraday support on Starbucks after 3-day losing streak. So do buyers pick this thing back up? Do they see value in this? Pick it back up? Or do we start to break down, fall back below the 20 EMA? Fail below this intraday support and start seeking levels in that 95 and that 90 territory. So keep a close eye on Starbucks, the support on Starbucks, and that 20 MA. And of course, this intraday channel. All right. Is it an option to trade Iron Condor when it's sideways or a little movement? What about Meta? What about Meta calls? 635 Meta. So I don't trade condors, butterflies, or anything like that. Okay, so Meta did break down last week. It looked like it was a nice breakdown, start to break down, and today we gap up. That gap up really came to the rescue, and a lot of shorts are trapped. On Meta with that gap up from today. As we gapped up, okay, we are now in the jaws of this gap down. So Meta sandwiched between some gaps. Well, this massive gap down. We have the gap up from today, and Meta is in the jaws of that territory. We dipped into the jaws of the gap when we're selling off intraday. So Meta, again, coming to these lows here. These were the lows we were discussing last week. Okay, broke it, treated as support. See if that's a nice little bull trap. We slide back to the downside. If we can get it close back below that support, we could possibly see Meta continue to slide to the downside. Right, Meta is below those critical EMAs on the daily. And what I don't like is the jumbling of these EMAs here, right? Jumbling of the EMAs back and forth. You can make the argument for maybe a head and shoulder, although head and shoulder is a reversal pattern. If we just look at this particular structure here, okay, very messy. Nonetheless, something there. If we take a look at Meta on a weekly, again, nothing much there as well. Meta, that support coincides with these lows here, right there. Okay, on the weekly, we're inside on the week, first day of the week. So let's see if Meta can do something there off that support. If Meta can't do anything off that support, if it does dip below this support and breaks that support, I don't mind Meta spending a little bit of time down here and then pushing back up, because it has a very, very short target. That target on the weekly, if it does break, is right here. And that target on the weekly, where does price tend to reverse off targets when it hits exhaustion? When buyers and sellers exchange hands. So if Meta continues to pull in that 599, 600 psychological level, will be a fine line in the sand, and that coincides closely with that 50 EMA. That 50, or that 100 EMA, I should say. That 100 EMA on the weekly. Okay, that 100 EMA on the weekly. So very rarely does Meta do that. Last two times I did that, let's kind of clean up the drawings here. Okay, just look here. 100 EMA test on Meta last time, hammer out of there. 100 EMA test on Meta last time. Okay, took a couple of days, bounced off of it. So this would be our third test of that 100 EMA if we come at that 600 psychological level. What does that translate to intraday? So we have to allow the selling. So you have to allow this breakdown. Okay, you have to allow it. You have to allow that breakdown. And then you're going to see continue push higher. Okay. So if you are playing the breakdown, you have room into 600 before you get some contention. Can you slide through 600? Yes, but there's a good chance you can get some contention there. Now the question is, if we do come to that area, if that contention is significant enough, because it's a psychological level, it's an area that is that critical 100 EMA on the weekly, right? Then we have this turns into nice support. Then from an intraday perspective, the opportunity on Meta is going to be tied at that 600. All we need to see is some bullish price action in that area. Okay, so multiple ways to play Meta. All right, so if you're waiting for 600, keep 600 on watch. You're allowing that breakdown. If you're playing the breakdown, you have. If it does break down, if it gets back below the support, you have room into 600. And that's 600 area. Okay, that's Meta. Any other chart requests before we do the giveaway, guys? Any other chart requests before we do the giveaway? We'll look to wrap up as well once the giveaway is complete. I saw another play with Big A&D. Okay, let's take a look here. Let me see how many likes we got. SPY starting to fuel back up. Okay, we're at 178. So 200 likes is the threshold for 2 giveaways. Put your names in the chat, guys. Put your names in the chat quickly. We'll do the giveaway. Do we have any new names jumping in? I have Nita, Lorraine, Firefly, Turbo, Sebastian, BG, Gene, Dr. J, Lucy, Wayne, Brian B, Cal, Mimi, Bobby, Janice, Sweet, Chuck L, Joe P, Ramosa, Suki, Anna, Mercy, Wayne, Brandon J, Toon C, Andre, SPX, Evan, Sam, Wayne, J, Suda, MYM. Okay. Keep in mind, Jensen Wong will be Speaking here shortly. 600, okay. Chatra. Chahara. All right, giveaway time. Let's do it. Okay, let's go back. Can I get out? Down 45%. Where is the community? SPY. 676, 67 calls. 325. Why isn't it breaking out? Again, guys, it's very important for us to remember this. Okay, there is nothing we can do to influence price. Something can look as good as looking like a breakout, but if it doesn't break out, we cannot make a breakout. There's nothing we can do to influence these candles. These candles represent the exchange of billions, if not trillions of dollars between buyers and sellers by the minute. Right? So we're just looking for crumbs. We're looking for the smallest possible pieces off those major exchanges. All right, so it's very important for us to be able to define our risk before we enter trades. Okay, define our risk before we enter trades. Okay, so if my risk is 40% and I get stopped out, I get stopped out. If my risk is 10%, I get stopped out. Right? ATR is kind of me, IV. Average true range. Okay, thank you. Can you NVIDIA breakout or NVIDIA Jensen? Just pay attention. NVIDIA's IV might be elevated. It does have GTC. That's tough for me, even though I know that's the right thing. Cutting those losses is tough. It's 33. Are you in a 0 DT? Sorry, are you talking about the SPY calls or NVIDIA? NVIDIA's IV is 102%, guys. NVIDIA's IV is 102%. Okay, so what that means is NVIDIA's contracts, right, are not worth more. They're priced higher. So even though it's almost like you're paying 50% on top of market price. It doesn't mean that it's not going to move when NVIDIA moves, but it just means you're paying a higher cost to play the game. Why? Because as a catalyst, GTC today. Right? So keep that in mind. Okay, anyone else want to jump in the giveaway? We have Beck, we have Bella, and we have Daniel and Amika. Okay, we have Beck, we have Bella, we have Dan, and Mika. All right, let's spin the wheel. Any other strikers want to join? Can you turn your sound? Okay, we got that. All right, so I'm going to spin the wheel. The winner is... Winner is Joe P. Joe P is the winner. Congratulations, Joe P. Congratulations, Joe P. Keep in mind, guys, we're internal to previous range. The trade we took here, we waited for us to break and grab and sweep these lows. So when it's midday, okay, and it's internal to the previous range, you want to wait for it to sweep highs or lows and see how it interacts with those levels. Okay, at minimum. If you have internal setups, if you know what to do internally, by all means, but most traders don't know what to do in this area. All right, so make sure you're not buying random calls and puts in this area. Okay, because it is midday, a little past midday. Okay, congrats, Joe P. We'll talk about the ways to join our community, guys. And especially when I was in these lottos, you saw how long it took for us to get that thing to move. And that was a great TP here. The TP was there. So I just had no more room left. I had no more room left. All right, Joey P. Joe P, I should say. Make sure to send me a DM. All right, make sure to send me a DM. You are the winner. Okay, send me a DM with your name and the code word Monday in the free tier Discord. Or in the WAP. Okay, here's the link. All right, congratulations, Joe P. What most promising on the chart to you guys? The green candles are so small. All right. At this point, it's just a tug of war between on that daily open, right? So look how many times we were revisiting that daily open. So this is another sign that we're having a flat day. If we're constantly getting above daily open, below daily open, making strides away from it, getting back towards it, this is a sign of a magnet day. So if we take a look at these candles here, right, we're getting below daily open, getting above it. We're not making any strides too far past daily open because we have that inside candle. We're range bound on the bigger picture. All right. On top of that, all the catalysts are coming up later this week. So barring some sort of rally in power hour, more than likely we're going to close very close. We're going to close very close. If I give you that magnet in this area, I wouldn't be surprised if our close is between 668.40, 668.65 territory. All right, barring some sort of power hour rally and we knock out highs, that daily upside breaker, daily downside breaker, there's a good chance we can close in the vicinity of this key zone. So that tells us that's a magnet day. That means the bigger picture, it's a flat day in the market. Okay, flat day in the market. That slope and resistance can flip as support. That's again 100%. And the nature with options, guys, is options. We need to be right on time. Right? We need to be right on time. So we need to line up our ideas with the time horizon as well, because we're constantly fighting the time decay. Okay? We're constantly fighting the time decay. I suck at trading, but I'm making money in this room. I have lost 30K a year. Trust me. Just take the loss 100%. And again, if you guys are looking to recover after major losses, again, no shame in sizing down. Size all the way down to rebuild your confidence. Okay, size all the way down to rebuild your confidence. Okay, size all the way down if you need to. Any other questions, guys? Any other questions? Yeah, if you can continue to push, the key level to get above is 670, right? 670. Of course, we need to address these highs up here. This resistance. See if it has enough room to push back above it. ATR falling off a cliff. IV falling off a cliff as well. NVIDIA GTC kicks off at 2 o'clock. So keep that in mind. I would friend to friend, I would avoid trading NVIDIA unless you already factor in the IV. The IV is 105. Okay, so those contracts are extremely overvalued. Okay, extremely overvalued. All right, any questions, guys? Yes, if you want to join the Discord, guys, there is a few spots left. I opened up more spots on Friday. Those spots filled up. I'm going to open up 10 more spots for the remainder of the month. Again, take advantage. Okay, so again, it's first come, first serve. This is what you get, smartactiontrading.com. Use the code TRIAL30 or the code 20% off. You have access to daily live trading, screen share, pre-market prep stream. The most important thing, I would say the most important thing in our program, I would say, is the dedicated, supported community we have of traders and this pre-market prep. Okay, this pre-market prep is where the game plan is set. And the community and the awesome traders we have, the people committed to the process, is also the secret sauce as well. All right, other traders showing up, other traders putting their best foot forward, exchanging ideas, and you just being in that environment would truly, truly help you and put your best foot forward. All right, show up to the best of your ability. On top of that, we have all the resources you can imagine. We have those resources. All right, so this is the link. Use the code TRIAL30. Okay. Use the code TRIAL30 there. Save 20% off. All right. There's a few spots left. Once it fills up, it fills up. Okay, so again, I know the channel's getting popular on YouTube. We're starting to get some popularity, but we want to grow our community and have that small community feel. We want to keep that. I don't want that to go away. All right. So by doing that, we're going to open up just a few spots and base it off of churn. The people that do end up parting ways, right? If spots open up, we'll do it that way. All right. So again, make sure to join. There's the link to join. Use the code TRIAL30. Okay. Okay. $50 a month. $50 a month. All right. Very, very small fee, but don't let the $50 deceive you and think that you're not going to get value for it. All right. You're going to get a ton of value for your $50. And you can't get, nowadays, you can't get anything for $50. Okay. You can barely get lunch for two for $50. All right. So take advantage of that, guys. The code is available. Take advantage, take advantage. Once it's filled, it's filled. Okay. Once it's filled, it's filled. Any last questions before we wrap up? Strikers, I will be keeping the charts up. No commentary. We'll keep the charts up into the close. Okay. We'll be keeping the charts up into the close. All right, so the usual protocol. So again, I'll just keep it up. If I make any annotations will be there. I'm trying to grow my account to 25K. It's just hard to cut because I have to sit on the bench. I understand, and that's going to be the one thing you're going to have to implement, right? So cutting those losses is the only way to get to that 25K. As strange as that sounds, is you'll be there for the upside, but the thing that's keeping you between the 25K and where you are is not the wins, right? The wins will come, but the way you're going to manage those losses, right? Are those losses too large? Are those losses, again, unfortunately, we can't control the frequency of the losses. We cannot control. What I mean by that, you can't control how often you lose. Now, that's the truth. Of course, we have high probability setups, but there are sometimes where you're going to lose 2 times in a row, 3 times in a row. Okay, but if it's still within your risk, it's still a trade that you like to trade, okay, you accept that because it's defined. But during that time, during a stretch like that, if you're losing 2 trades in a row, 3 trades in a row, if you go beyond your risk, say the first one you do a great job, you get stopped at 15%, that's your risk. Say second one you compromise, you take a 40% loss. Say third one, you get overly frustrated, you take a 60% loss. Okay, then now, for you the original scenario, okay, is 1 unit of risk, 1 unit of risk, 1 unit of risk. Now, since you went beyond and you violated, anything you see green, okay, is just merely digging yourself out of these holes. So if you can start to minimize the amount you're losing for, again, the frequency is not up to us. All right, the frequency is up to the probability. But if you can minimize the amount you're losing, right, and put parameters in place to increase the frequency of you winning, high probability setups, that is the quickest path to where you need to get to. Right? So it's a slow path, right? But in hindsight, it's the quickest path. Okay, because the fastest path is to take the big losses, let the biggest wins outweigh the biggest losses, meaning being very, very aggressive, right? But in the long run, that's going to get you back to ground zero. Okay, so the fastest way to get there, right, is taking the The slowest path is actually the fastest path, if that makes sense. Okay? Yes, you are right. My losses management is completely cooked. If I profit today, it's kind of reinforced the bad habit. So again, I know it's easier said than done. We had plenty of traders that also struggled with the same thing when they came in. Just make small adjustments. Take your time, size down. Make sure you're putting your entries in your journal. Try to see what the root cause of the losses are. Why are we holding too long? Maybe sometimes we want something bad. When we want something really, really bad, guys, sometimes that makes us hold on to something that's not working. Okay, if I want my account to go to 25K, if I want it badly, I'm just using it as an example, right? Sometimes that might blind me, okay, my decision making in the present, because you want something so bad. So you just have to let go and just let it come to you, right? As cliche as that sounds, is just let go of that desired outcome, submit yourself to your process, and that desired outcome will come to you, right? But if you're just pressing hard, if you're pushing hard, right, it's going to seem like it's always running away from you, right? It's the opposite thinking. So it's not the harder you work, the more you trade, the closer you get. It's actually the harder you trade, the more you force it, the further you get. The smarter you trade, the less you trade, the closer you get. So it just flips the normal convention upside down. All right, so you'll be on your way in no time. Okay, you'll be on your way in no time. Submit to your stop loss. I like that. All right. And that's the whole point of a community, guys. That's the whole point of a community. All right. So you're not in it alone. And the cool thing is, for the people that have been in the community for some time and they're finding their stride, they went through something very similar to what you went through. All right. So, and now they're finding their stride. Okay. So again, now is just a matter of everyone just kind of helping one another. Okay. Help one another. And more than likely, there's someone standing in a position you were standing in not too long ago. And you might have that piece of information that can help them. All right. Sometimes my analogies might work. Sometimes they might not work. But I promise you, there is someone in our community that's probably experienced the exact same thing you've experienced. It's just a matter of saying, hey, you know what? Anyone experienced this before? And I'm almost guarantee someone will give you some information. All right, that's the kind of community we're cultivating. All right, so more than anything else, that's the kind of community we're cultivating. Okay. Any question? So continue to interact. Continue to use the chat. For those of you who did join, the main chat is a Mart chat. Okay. Any other questions, guys? Any other questions? You pay your stop loss to do a job? Exactly. Your stop loss is the cost of doing business. All right? Your stop loss is the cost of doing business. Your stop loss is think of your stop before we wrap up. Think of your stop loss as the ticket to ride the train. Okay? It's a ticket to ride the train. All right? You purchased the ticket. Okay? And then now you don't want to lose the whole value of the ticket. So your stop loss is basically some sort of insurance policy on your ticket that you can recoup some of your funds. Say your ticket costs $100. All right, if your stop loss is $30, it means if the train doesn't take off, or if the train gets delayed, or if the train gets derailed, all right, you get 70% back of your $100. Think of it like that. But if it does take off, all right, the cost you're paying, of course, is you're allocating risk, but this is the cost you're paying to be on that ticket, to have a ticket on that train. Sometimes it takes off, sometimes it doesn't. But when it does take off, it does take off. When it doesn't take off, okay, don't sit in the train that's not moving and exhaust all your capital, or sit in the train that's about to be derailed. Okay, just get off the train. All right, so now let's see if we can hold above these highs to avoid that trap. VIX is below 24. We're coming to that 670 psychological level. 670 will be critical, so if you get that continued push above 670. Now what you don't want to see if you're bullish is you don't want to see it close back below this range. You want this range to be held as support. This was previously resistance. You want this to be held as support. If you can do that, that'd be great because we are at that 670 right there. Okay. Again, no position at the current moment, guys. Last one was, of course, the lottos. We were able to so far we were able to catch the lows of the day. All right, at least we can say that. All right. Any other questions? Any other questions? Any other questions before we wrap up? Again, on your way out, make sure to smash the like button. Make sure to subscribe. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. On Wednesday, we'll do the marathon stream. We went a little long today. You guys brought some great questions to the table. Again, if you're interested in joining the community, take advantage. Use the code available, trial 30. I am revamping the site a little bit. Okay, the release of the indicators coming up soon. Putting the finishing touches on that. If you do want to join, spystriker.com. Okay, we'll see you guys tomorrow for our members tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern. So even if you don't join, you can use our site. All right, for a great tool for you to chart, a great tool for you to get the economic calendar, and great tool to get the top story. So free chart in there for you to drop down and say, hey, you know what? Let's see what's going on, and you can even chart right on our site. So it gives you the economic calendar, the news, and a chart right there. Okay, right on our site. All right, so you can also use it for a resource as well. All right. Any questions? As NVIDIA breaks out, NVIDIA nice breakout on NVIDIA. Keep in mind the IV's 105 now. Okay, any questions before we wrap up? Strikers, I'll leave the charts going until the close. Hope everyone had a great day today. We'll see what NVIDIA does. The link to the live for Jensen, I'll post that in the Discord. And I'll do the end of the stream poll as well. This chart on the site is free. I mean, it's just embedded in the site. It's embedded in the code. Okay, it's embedded in the HTML. All right, it's embedded in there. So yeah, it's free. All right. Okay, guys, thank you for tuning in today. Hope everyone found value from today's stream. Make sure to like the video on your way out. Make sure to smash the like button. Make sure to subscribe. Help us get to 4K subs by the end of the month. That'd be awesome. The pro chart, yes, you have access to the pro chart in our Discord. I do share this chart. There's a striker chart here. I make the annotation on this chart here. Okay. All right. So on that note, we'll look to wrap it up here. The question is whatever it will do in time ATR when we started. Chan at 76, now 66, 100%. ATR is a critical measure. All right. If you're still in the trenches, manage risk accordingly. Don't over leverage. If you're done for the day, be done. Don't re-engage. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. Stay safe and God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting our charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trick Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live clear pre-market gains with key levels and high probability buy and sell zone for 4-hour free, ad-free live trading and plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Start trading with. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.